Can you all,
We're not yet. There we go.
can you hear me?
Just give
Yes,
it a
we're now
second.
live.
Chase, can you hear Chair?
I can hear, and we can do a roll. We are now live.
We're now live. Nicole? Are we good, Carlo?
We are live.
Good morning.
Carlo, could you just, sorry, I'm so sorry. Carlo, there's some background settings. There we go. Thank you. Okay,
Sorry
Tony,
about that.
please proceed.
Ready?
Yes, we're ready. Thank you.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for April 24th, 2023. Please be reminded there is no public testimony during the review session. We begin with adjournments.
Before we start,
Oh,
I just
okay,
want to first welcome everybody to our first hybrid meeting. We are transitioning to hybrid mode. Commissioners will be meeting in person at 22 Reed Street, absent any unforeseen extraordinary circumstances pursuant to board's adopted rules. Emergency order permitted us to hold hearings fully remote, which is still in place. Our hybrid model, in our hybrid model, it will not require applicants and public to appear in person. I just want to make that.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Chair.
No, that's it.
Okay. We'll begin with adjournments. Item number 1, 2021 82BZ 218 Hamilton Avenue, Brooklyn. Item number 2, 2022 79BZ 9000 Shore Road, Brooklyn. Item number 3, 2022 96BZ and 2016 4249BZ 2420 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan. Deferrals. Item number 4, 2017 262BZ 18 Stanwyck Street, Brooklyn. Withdrawals. Item number 5, 16-12BZ 184 Nostrand Avenue.
Motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
This application has been withdrawn. Decision items. Item number 6, 17286BZ 256-10 Union Turnpike, Queens.
The applicant has submitted a revised radius map and proposed plan. So I want to make approve with condition regarding signage, and that is that signage shall comply with C1 and a fence shall be maintained, lighting and landscaping pursuant to the approved plan. With that, motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 7, 18285BZ 209 11 20th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, photos were provided of barbed wires removed and revised. Statement of facts and plans were also submitted accordingly. Are there any questions or comments? Everybody satisfied with that submission? Okay. So I therefore make a motion to approve extension of time for 4 years with the following conditions: that all loading shall be done inside the building, in addition to all the prior conditions that have been applied, including that no parking of vehicles on sidewalks, all trucks to be parked within the building, trash bins shall be stored inside and inside the building at all times except for pickup, and these conditions shall continue to apply. With that,
Just one question. Do you want to extend from August 22nd or from today's date?
from today's date.
Okay.
Isn't that what the applicant requested? I think,
I think it does, but-
Yeah. okay, yeah, thank you for that clarification. Okay,
I would just ask if the commissioners could speak a little louder.
okay, motion to approve with those conditions.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 8, 18385BZ 2068 20th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Applicant has submitted photos showing that the barbed wires and the brackets have been removed, and also the revised statement of facts and plans have been submitted. Any questions or comments? All right. So I then make a motion to approve extension of time for 4 years from the date of the grant with the conditions that all loading shall be done inside the building.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 9, 23414BZ 1660 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, the applicant has submitted a revised application form, plans, and statement of findings, and the fees also have been paid. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? None. So I make a motion to approve with extension for 5-year term from the date of the grant. Make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 10, 34041BZ 7209 Main Street, Queens.
Just for the record, I'm going to say this, I'm still not satisfied with the radius land use map that has been provided. It is still hard to read with the line pattern as opposed to solid fills. The commercial overlay does not indicate which commercial overlay is applicable. And also Xing out the subject side from a land use graphics point of view is misleading, because typically an Xed site is considered an out parcel. So I think there's still a lot of improvements that can be made. However, I'm not going to hold this up to delay our vote for this reason. And so I'm, in addition, signage node has been added to the plan. In-ground planting has been is being proposed and along 72nd Street, and the walls have been painted. So I'm going to make a motion to approve with the condition that signage shall comply with the C1 regulations.
In the meantime, can we send the sample map? Then Roy, if you can send the sample map to them, because we said this.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah,
Commissioner
sure.
Shetta.
I'm sorry.
Make sure.
Yeah, I'm asking the project manager to send the applicant a sample radius map so he can use in the future for future applications. Because we did ask for this 2 times before, and the issue is still persisting. So please get a sample and follow that sample. Thank you.
Chair, may I be heard?
Yes, Vice Chair Shabeta.
I just want to hear what the commissioners think about the wall that was painted and the patchwork on it. It seems very messy to me. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on it.
Okay,
You're talking about the aesthetics of the wall or
The aesthetics.
structural stability of
The aesthetics of the wall.
so we can add a condition, additional condition, that the wall shall be fully repaired and painted in a consistent manner,
Yeah, that'd be
It's-
uniform.
Regarding just
in a uniform
just
manner.
to save us, like, repair wise, we have a letter from a structural engineer, professional structural engineer saying that it's repaired. So need to be finished or repainted, but repair, we don't wanna like intervene with the repair.
Okay.
I just want it to be uniformly finished.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But I'm saying structural wise, they covered that.
Yeah, that's not in question.
Okay, so we can add another condition that the wall shall be uniformly painted and finished. Yeah,
That'd be great.
any comments from the commissioners? So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 11, 2020 14BZ 34-10 12th Street, Queens.
I'm just scrolling through my notes. Okay. No submission was required except for a secret sign-offs, which we have received. So I just make a motion to approve. Is everybody satisfied? Okay, all right, so make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon. Aye. Application has been granted. Item number 12, 2020-85 BZ, 114 Kingsland Avenue, Brooklyn.
Unfortunately, we will have to
I'm sorry.
I wasn't saying anything. Oh, when I voted? Oh,
I could hear it, but yeah, it was a little, I got some pick on camera. Okay.
Unfortunately, we have not received a secret sign off on this, so we will need to defer the vote on this.
Item number 13, 2021 40 BZ, 157 West 24th Street, Manhattan.
Okay. So we have received a secret sign off and DEP issued a conditional approval on the air quality and noise, and those notes have been added to the plan. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, I therefore then make a motion to approve with the following conditions that are related to DEP. With regards to air quality, HVAC to utilize natural gas with the exhaust stack to be located at the building's highest level or at least 130 feet above grade and at least 38 foot 9 inches from the northern lot line facing West 25th Street. With regards to noise, a composite window wall attenuation of 28 dBA is required for the building to ensure that closed window condition is maintained. An alternate means of ventilation is required. So with that, make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon. Aye. Application has been granted. Item number 14, 2022 15 BZ, 5 Little Clove Road, Staten Island.
The plan set has been revised to include comments and include DEP notes regarding noise attenuation. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, I then make a motion to approve with the following conditions. One of them is lumen level shall be at 0.0 beyond the subject lot line abutting other lots. And then DEP conditions regarding noise attenuation. And that is a composite 31 dBA window wall attenuation is required on the Clove Road and Little Road street frontages. In addition, in-wall air conditioning unit or equivalent will provide alternate means of ventilation during closed window conditions. So with that, motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon. Aye. Application has been granted. Item number 15, 2022 80 BZ, 1258 East 29th Street, Brooklyn.
Revised set of plans, zoning analysis, statement of facts were provided. The attic has been set back from the rear lot line to maintain a 30-foot rear yard, and the FAR has been reduced to 0.99 FAR. I'm satisfied with it. Any questions or comments from the commissioners?
Just as housekeeping, this application was closed on 3/14 and the hearing calendar has it as 3/13.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that correction.
Okay, so I then make a motion to approve that the removal of exterior wall and or joist in excess of those indicated on the BSA approved plan shall void the special permit. Motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
sorry. Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon. Aye. Application has been granted. Continued hearing items. Item number 16, 319 53 BZ, 1135 East 222nd Street, the Bronx.
Okay. So we received a letter from the applicant's representative to the community board dated 3/15/2023, which was sent to, also forwarded to the board. It refers to photos of improved site conditions. However, the email did not include the photos, so I am not able to confirm what the letter states with the photos that the letter is referring to. However, our compliance officer was at the site on 4/3/2023. And based on the photos of our compliance officer, the parking spaces are striped and the sidewalk along East 222nd Street has been repaired. While most of the vehicles were parked within the site, there were vehicles that were parked on the sidewalk. Though much of the trash and the car parts have been removed, there are still parts of vehicle parts that are tucked away at the corner along Eastchester Road. So while I do appreciate the owner taking the action and taking our direction very seriously and fixing and addressing the site conditions issues, I do have to remind everybody that the purpose of the grants, of these grants and the conditions are for the property owner or operator to abide by this condition at all times and not just when the term extension is required. So I do thank the owner, but there is still some task that remains to be done, which were stated at the initial hearing, and I'm going to repeat them again today. So to ensure that future vehicles will not park on the sidewalk, and this was not stated at the last hearing, and so this is a new ask because there is still a persistent problem of vehicles encroaching onto the sidewalk. And because of that, metal bollards with chain along Eastchester and 222nd Street shall be provided for a length of 40 feet from the tip of the triangle. And this is to basically make sure that vehicles are contained within those triangular spot. Sometimes, the stripes may disappear, but at least the chain and the metal bollard will remain there. And a sign shall be placed on both frontages of East 222nd Street and Eastchester, which says no parking on sidewalks, and vehicles shall be towed at owner's expense. The applicant has not provided a response to other comments that were raised at the last hearing, especially with regards to landscaping. We had given the option of either providing a landscape area at Eastchester Road as previously approved, or build an area for a trash enclosure and improve the landscaping along East 222nd Street. The plans do need to be revised to show the bollards with chain link fence with parking spaces striped and indicate the type of landscaping that is proposed along East 222nd Street. And if proposing a trash enclosure along Eastchester, indicate the height and the material for the enclosure. As stated at the last hearing, the signage analysis needs to comply with C1 regulations, which permits only up to 150 square foot of total signage per street frontage. The analysis provided shows that there is 195 square foot of total signage. So it is not in compliance and excess signage must be removed. At the last hearing, the board had asked for a lumen study indicating and also to indicate on the plan the locations of the lighting fixtures located outside the building. This is to determine if any of the exterior lights are casting any light onto the abutting residential properties. I don't think it does, but not knowing having the information, I cannot be sure. So that is why the applicant needs to diagrammatically show where the exterior light fixtures are, and if they are all facing more towards the open area in front of the auto repair space and along the street, then it may not be that much of an issue. But if these lights are facing towards the rear lot line and which abuts the residential use, then we need to make sure that they are shielded so that the light does not cast into the residential portion. So that is one thing. And I also want to be very clear, and this is for the operator, that the board is not going to extend the hours of operations. The current condition is Mondays to Fridays, 8 AM to 6 PM, and Saturdays, 8 AM to 1 PM, and that is going to stay. The proposed request is not going to be is not going to be accepted by this board, and definitely not an extension up to 8 PM on a weeknight. So I just want to make sure that the operator is fully aware of this condition, and also additional parking spaces is not going to be considered because the site itself is just enough for 10 parking spaces that was previously approved. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you for your comments, Chair. I agree with everything you stated. I just want to say that with the site visit that happened on April 3rd, there was a great deal of debris and what seemed to be named flammable, something that a box that's named flammable on it, oil stains on the asphalt. They are currently before the board and they still have this condition pending. So they really need to make an effort for us to feel confident that these conditions won't continue. Other than that, I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I also want to add that the photos, the most recent compliance photos show that there are cars being operated on outside of the building. There are hoods open, and that's just unacceptable and not safe for people surrounding.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I want to second my colleagues' comments. The only thing I would add is we asked for a survey, and I haven't seen a survey submitted this submission. So I'm just reminding the applicant that we're gonna need a survey per the board request during the last hearing.
May I ask, why do we need the survey? I know why we were asking for it, but if we are not going to entertain their proposal, why do we need a survey?
No, if we're not gonna entertain the proposal, I don't think we need it, but
Okay.
we were like confused about the site limits during the last hearing, so.
I think you're absolutely right. So the reason we were confused about the proposal was because the applicant was under the assumption that their property boundary extended beyond what's
Yes,
beyond into the sidewalk.
yes,
And that is why we were saying, if that's what you're proposing, prove it to us that that portion of the sidewalk is part of your property, and then provide a survey.
I thought even the current conditions include usage of the sidewalk. They include them as part of the site. So maybe it's when we ask the client to give us a survey, maybe it's a help to the client to understand that he's using part of the sidewalk and he doesn't have that right to
So
utilize that.
I think in all fairness, and the applicant did hear us and did stripe the parking area within the lot line and not extending into the sidewalk. If you look at the compliance officer's photos, you will see that the striping is all contained.
I did,
within
and I
that.
appreciate that.
There are the few vehicles that are still parked on the sidewalk, but vast majority of them are now contained. So I think the operator and the property owner realizes where the lot line is. So, and since the applicant is not requesting for that absurd request, which we just cannot grant because it's not in our purview to allow somebody to use city sidewalk, I do not think a need for a survey is therefore needed
Okay,
in that case, because it has to be contained within the site, and the site plan as approved prior and the current as shown without the extension into the sidewalk is consistent in terms of the dimensions. I had measured that, I checked those dimensions.
okay. It was a board request and I just wanted to.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was a request because the applicant was justifying that that extension into the sidewalk is there, right? Because, and then our question was, if it is, then prove it that it's part of your site.
Okay. That's
That was
fair
the
enough.
reason. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. Then the applicant should be submitting an updated parking plan, correct?
Mhm.
And we haven't seen that yet. I agree with all the comments that have been made. We do need those updated plans that should reflect everything occurring within the property line. And then I would just note that the applicant's email to us makes it clear that for the owner going forward, when you come before the board, it's important to have an applicant or a representative who can be present for the hearings and for the community board hearings.
Well, as long as they can join in through hybrid mode.
Yes,
That
yes,
is-
yes, but this applicant has not been able to in the past and wasn't able to make the community board hearing. So just stressing the importance of the availability to represent your client.
Right.
I,
yes.
may I answer?
Sure.
So I received an email this morning from Mr. Conzagrea that the client will be appearing at the hearing today, so let's hope.
Okay, all right,
Chair, I'd just like to add,
sure.
the structure itself is in really poor aesthetic condition. It seems like minimal work to clean some of these, paint on the wall, the siding of the roof that is clearly ripped off.
Okay.
I think they should make an effort to make this more aesthetic for the community and just cleaning it up and giving it a refresh.
Okay. Yeah, just taking a little bit of those, it's just a simple cleanup. It's not too much of a.
No.
Okay.
Like, as you can see.
Okay, yes.
Move on.
Yes,
Item number 17, 36487 BZ, 1719, 1720 Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn.
okay. The initial hearing was held on February 27th. Board had expressed concerns about the site condition. The applicant was directed to address it and it responded by installing metal bollards with chains along the lot line to contain the vehicles. Again, our compliance officer went to the site on April 6th. And while it does show the bollards have been installed, there are still car parts and trash bin located in the outdoor area. And the cars are parked on the sidewalk and material stored along the building on the 34th Street frontage. Also, a no parking sign should be mounted on the wall of the building to prevent any parking on the sidewalk along the building. And if I seem to recall, this was something the board had asked at the last hearing, and I don't remember seeing any photos of that provided. So if that sign was never posted, it needs to be posted and needs to remain posted in perpetuity unless the future board decides it's not needed. The operational plan states that the facility uses a movable dumpster that is emptied every evening, which would mean that the dumpster is outside the building all 7 days of the week, even during work days. I have heard of dumpster pickup every few days, not every day for such operations. So I would like the operator to clarify as to why the dumpster needs to remain out there every day for pickup. So I would like to know when the pickup days are, and I can understand maybe the space within the building is too tight to provide a trash enclosure or keep the trash bin inside. And so just during the work hours, the trash bin is rolled out. However, at the end of the day, on the days of non-pickup, the trash bin is stored back into the building. But this seems like the trash bin is going to be it's going to be there all throughout, all 7 days. So that kind of defeats the whole purpose. The operational plan also states that the site will be monitored to ensure no debris or tires are kept outside unless awaiting trash removal. The compliance photos, as I said, show there is parts of vehicles, tires and other debris that are located outside. Of course, they're all kind of tucked inside in between all the cars that are located outside and the perimeter. So these need to be corrected before the case can be scheduled for closing. Also, given its past history and continued lack of maintenance, I want to consider a shorter term for extension. And I also want our compliance officer to monitor this site frequently. And I don't know if anybody has any comment. There is a no parking sign, and it will be towed at owner's expense, has been posted right very high up. It kind of looks like a street sign, so I'm not sure how readable or helpful it will be, but I want to hear any feedback from my fellow commissioners. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. I agree with your comments. I see the no standing sign that is, but it seems just a few inches higher than the parking sign adjacent to it. So if they could lower it, that'd be great. I do think the site needs much more attention, but I do appreciate the bollards being put up. I don't want to parrot your comments, so I have nothing further to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
On this site, there's also evidence of cars being worked on outside of the building, and that needs to cease as well.
Okay.
And also, I just have a question. What are the traffic cones with the plywood attached to them for that are actually on the city street?
Yeah, I noticed that too. I thought it may be some repair of the sidewalk. Maybe the applicant can clarify that. That's a good point. Yeah. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree that the applicant need to take some more actions and yeah, I'm fine with the short leash grant to make sure that we get them to comply. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said. And on drawing A008, there's a little sign elevation, and it shows the parking sign is probably about 12 feet high in the air. So that needs to come down closer to probably 7 or 8 feet so people can actually read it. No further comments.
Do you have any opinion on whether it should be on a short leash or not? I'll go in a reverse order. Commissioner Yoon.
I agree. Given the potentially continued lack of compliance, working outdoors and parking, historically parking on the sidewalks, I think it'd be good to check in sooner.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree, there should be a short leash.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Shibata.
I believe a short leash is appropriate and under these conditions.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
New cases, item number 18, 808-04 BZ 7815 Parsons Boulevard, Queens.
Just give me a second. I'm pulling out the drawings. My screen froze. Sorry, my screen froze. Okay, there it's working. Okay, so we received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this project. This is an application for an amendment to permit an enlargement of an existing school on the subject lot. It's a corner lot, and there is an existing four-story school. Four-story school with house of worship that is one story with a basement. And the applicant is proposing to enlarge the existing community facility, the house of worship portion of the building, and add additional floors to match with the floor plate of the existing four-story school, and the two portions of the building would be connected. So this will result in an increase in floor area, and the FAR would increase to 1.78. Maximum permitted is 1 FAR. And so this is an amendment to the previously approved grant. The area of non-compliance has been shown on the plot plan. These are just my comments with regards to the drawing, and that is the area of the non-compliance has been shown on the plot plan. I'm sorry, plot plan. But indicate that area of non-compliance on the plans, sections, and elevations, and distinguish between the pre-existing 2005 variance grant and the proposed. I have a question regarding the existing elevator that is built with the 4-story school. It seems that the elevator is accessible from the first floor, and the existing school is not ADA accessible. Is it? I'm not sure if it. I don't think it is consistent with the prior approved plan, and if that is going to be corrected. The proposed enlargement will be providing an elevator that will be accessible from first floor. And my question was, in that case, will there be a need for the existing elevator, and is that going to be terminated? Will the proposed cafeteria be ADA accessible? It wasn't quite clear from the plan. Provide a cross section through the enlargement over the house of worship. The recreation, okay, so the proposed enlargement will accommodate the current enrollment of 400, which is more than projected in 2005. It will also allow for an increase in the enrollment to 476. The proposed enlargement will allow for better utilization of the existing building, address the classroom deficiencies and indoor recreation space. And I was satisfied with that justification. With regards to the neighborhood context, the proposed enlargement over the existing building will be set back 60 feet from the residential lot line, though want to ensure that the existing wrought iron fence along 78 Road will be retained and extend up to the residential lot line to the east. It is more respectful of the residential context, unlike the existing fence with dark acoustical sheet. Indicate on the plan the existing and proposed height and material of the fence along the lot lines and roof. Indicate on the plan the existing playground at grade. Add a note to the plan, no amplification of sound on the roof and at grade. The proposed roof over existing 2-story will not be accessible. And to that effect, a note should be added stating that the space is not accessible for school use except for emergency and maintenance. Will the existing green space around the house of worship, will that be retained? I'm just hoping it is, because it is the only green space in this area, and it would be a nice complement to the playground area, indoor and outdoor, and a green open space. The proposed enlargement will increase student enrollment by 40%. The narrative needs to state if this will result in any increase in the mode of transportation, including bus, vehicular, and where the increased number of buses will be parked. Is the adequate curbside, excuse me, is there adequate curbside parking for the additional number of parking spaces to accommodate the increased number of students? And we have not received any tech memo regarding the traffic analysis. So those are my comments on this. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So this was last granted in 2005. I appreciate the need. I think that was clearly stated. They anticipated the increase to only be 340 students. And now they said they have over 400 students. I'd like to get an exact number of how many students they have enrolled, or something closer to an exact number, so we know if this is going to achieve the goals for the future of this site. I appreciate how they use the New York City School Construction Authority Blue Book standards for the size of the classroom. That was very helpful. letting us know how much room these children actually have. It's clear that these children, that these students need more room. So along with your comments, I'm overall supportive of this application.
Yes, if I wasn't clear, I agree, the need for the expansion. But to your point, will this be sufficient given the existing capacity? We don't have the clear picture of the existing enrollment capacity. Enrollment number. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that last part a little louder, Chair?
Oh, I just think, I agree with Vice Chair Shibata that we do need to know the existing number of enrollment to understand what is the current capacity and the growth, will that be what is being proposed, will that be sufficient to address?
Oh, I read that they had originally 340 students growing to 406 now with 425 expected next year and a total of 476
Okay,
ultimately.
okay,
Oh.
so that is very
That's what I
clear.
read.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, thank you. Then my question is moot. Go ahead, Commissioner Brown.
So I think they have to look at both their statement and their zoning analysis sheet and reconcile the FAR and the actual square footage of the building because it's different in both places. In the statement of fact, it says 1.81, but on the zoning analysis, it does say 1.78. And the square footages are different in both. And I actually find that this is a nice enlargement, and I feel that they've justified their need for the enlargement, but I do want to know how this school measures up compared to other schools in the area. And one good way of doing that would be to give the gross square footage per student in the proposal versus other schools in the area, just to show that they're not asking for anything more than every other student is currently receiving in other schools nearby.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to commend the applicant for a very well streamlined application. It was a very smooth review. However, I do have three minor comments. The first one is the play area on the roof. This is drawing A-105. When you look at the roof plan, it doesn't specify the limits of the play area. It mentions the square footage. And if you look at the square footage, it's less, probably it's about 35% of the entire roof footprint. So they will need to just to specify the limits for the play area on the roof, show the extents. So this is my first point. The second point is I need them to explain the access, the need for the access from the house of worship to the school and vice versa. I do have some concern regarding any impact from the house of worship on the school. And third thing, I noticed that they haven't provided any cross-sectional views. They provided elevations and two longitudinal sections, 1 and 2. When you look at the sections, there is no cross-sectional section. So if they can provide one, that would be better. And that's all what I have from that. Thank you.
Can you elaborate on the second point, which says regarding access from school to house of worship?
There is a stair. Let me see, where is that? My understanding is that there is an access at the lower floor, probably the first floor. There is an access from the house of worship to the school. There is like a connection. So I'm not, that means that people from the house of worship would be able to go to the school and vice versa. And I'm like, if this is something that you needed from a religious perspective, I'm fine with it. But if not, would this impact the operation of the school, impact the students? That's my point.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the renovated synagogue space is 1570 square foot that is located towards the back of the building.
Exactly, yeah.
Which is at the same level as where the gymnasium is.
And I believe there is a small little staircase or something that can take someone from that space to the school and vice versa.
So I think the question is then who is using this prayer area? Is it open to public? And if it is it open to public during the school hours or is it
Yes,
post
yes,
school hours?
yes,
That's the
Yeah.
clarification.
Operation wise, we need to like get some clarification on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also agree, we need a transverse section through the gymnasium and synagogue. There is an elevation, but a section will be helpful. I would like the applicant to consider possibly pushing the gymnasium back away from the street frontage so that the existing pitched roof, which is preserved in the rear of the property, is actually preserved in the front, which reduces the amount of street wall that's actually exceeding the street wall height. I don't know if everyone's following what I'm saying, but as a,
My drawing, the plans are opening very slowly, so.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Commissioner, can you please repeat what you said again? I just opened the
Yes.
sectional view so I can follow.
yes. I would like the applicant to consider pushing the gymnasium or the volume of the two-story essentially that exceeds the street wall height, pushing that program towards the back of the property, away from the street frontage. Essentially, in the back, they preserve the pitched roof of the existing building in what we would call the rear yard. But if you move the program towards the back and preserve the front and rearrange the program, you would effectively have a reduced amount of street wall in the elevation that exceeds the maximum base height.
And I think this is where I am, the plan, let me look at the proposed plan. I think what would be helpful if it can show where the existing area of encroachment is, because the existing volume of the house of worship is already encroaching into the front yard. And I think from a sectional point of view, it would be helpful to know if the existing building street wall is also what is the height of the existing street wall. And if the proposed gym is going to be all contained within that existing volume. That to me was not clear, and that's why I had asked for those area of encroachment, indicating where the existing encroachment is, where the 2005 grant is, and what's the proposed, so that we can distinguish between the existing non-compliance and how much of that is being retained or being extended. And I think to your question, that would answer it, because as I looked at it, it seemed like the gymnasium space is going to be contained within the existing volume, and then the new building is going to be pushed back.
Jella, if you could, I think it's, yeah. Sharon, can you go to plan 104 and toggle between 104 and 103? Yeah, so here you see in the back, the nomenclature is a bit confusing because it says existing 1-story. This is the 1-story over basement, and that's in the back, and that's the pitched roof.
Right.
And then you see the volume of the open to below for the gymnasium in the front. And then when you go to the next plan, you see a note that says proposed roof over existing 2-story. This would be the same 1-story over basement pitched roof that's consistent across. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted a section that goes page up, down, but also saying that the boxy volume is now in the front, which means you have a consistent amount of wall exceeding the street wall height. And that if the applicant could take a look at basically flipping it around so that that boxy volume is in the back.
I think we also need, I then would want to look at the streetscape to see where the existing building is and the existing abutting residential building is. We want to make sure that the boxy volume doesn't turn out to be too incongruous or too tall of a structure
Along
compared to,
78th Road.
along 78th Street, the existing building. So if one has to, in my opinion, if one has to trade off on that, I rather have the bulk on the street frontage because it's a street. You're not at least casting too much of a bulk shadow or other, or being overshadowed by that bulk. On a residential, it would be at the street level. And also, I think programmatically, the gym will be right next to the playground. So there would be much easier I don't know if it's actually accessible from no, the gym is at a higher level. It's on an upper floor. It's on an upper floor anyway. No, so it doesn't matter. It's not like it's physically accessible. So, yeah. So I think that would be the only reason for a possible trade-off. But for that, we need to understand the streetscape to see where the building would sit better, whether it would sit better along the rear lot line or along the front lot line.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. And a streetscape in addition to at least a preliminary design analysis.
Yeah, and I think for that, the cross-section is going to be critical. I agree. I think we are all saying the same thing for different reasons, but that is definitely a needed one.
I also had a couple of comments on the outstanding ECB violations. I think it's a little bit concerning that it's been 10 years and the property still has no TCO. Understood that the applicant is stating that the TCO will be obtained in this addition process, but I'm just stating that I think that's concerning, and I think that the outstanding ECB violation obviously will have to be dealt with. There's also an outstanding ECB violation about a chain link fence installed 12 feet high on the roof without a permit. This chain link fence was shown on the approved BSA drawings, but I'd like to have the applicant clarify why that specific element of the construction was called out as a violation when the entire project obviously was done according to approved plans by DOB. Those are my only questions.
Thank you.
Chair, if I
Yes,
may,
go ahead.
this is a comment for us, for our PMs. In general, when we have two things, let's say A and B, and we say A plus B is 5, A could be 1 and B is 4, 2 and 3. There are multiple choices. This is same concept applies to bulk and sections. If we have one section, bulk could be different things. But if we have cross-sectional view and longitudinal view, bulk is very well more defined in this case. So as a concept, we should ask for 2 sections at least, unless the topology of the building is it changing through that its volume, so we can be even ask for more of that, but it should be minimum 2 sectional views.
I do believe oftentimes our project managers do ask that.
Yes.
And it's, it is unfortunate. Applicants sometimes want to hear it from us and then direct their client to provide that information. But it would have, if they had listened to the project manager, a lot of the questions we're asking here may have even.
I'm not saying the PM didn't ask, but
No, that's what I'm saying. It oftentimes, they do not respond.
Yeah,
to
I
the
understand.
Project
Yeah.
manager, but they wait for us to ask for that question so that they can justify it to their client.
Sure.
And if that had been addressed before, a lot of our questions today,
Nowadays with the CAD, if the section comes with a click, they don't have to. In the past, yes, you have to spend 2 hours to produce a section because they were produced separate. But nowadays, when they draw the 3D thing and the BIM models, it's a click to get a section. So it shouldn't be difficult for them.
yes. But we will get there. It's just
Yep.
going to take a little bit of time.
Sure. Thank you.
I remain optimistic. Okay,
next one?
Next case, please.
Item number 198881 BZ 3309 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, we received a proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. We did not receive a community board recommendation on this one. This is an application for an extension of term and waiver of rules for a continuous use at the subject site. The term expired on in July of 2021. The statement of facts states that the site has been a continuous use as an office for automotive service station for nearly 40 years. However, the photos provided show that it is a law firm, so please correct that. And the approval was for an office space, not an automotive repair station. The applicant needs to provide a compliance chart. No change is proposed to the plan, and everything remains the same. Landscaping, the site is in very good condition, though it does need a little bit of sprucing, especially along the rear residential lot line where some trees are missing and shrubs in front of the fence at the front lot line. With regards to lighting, I have a question, and that is, are there any lights in the exterior of the building on the parking lot? And if they are they turned off after business hours? And they're typically like your, emergency lights that turn on when it senses any motion. As I mentioned, the site is in very good condition, and I really don't have any issues with this except for those minor corrections that need to be made for the record on the statement of facts, continuous providing the compliance chart, and just cleaning up the landscaping and clarifying the lighting issues. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. The applicant represented that they did go to the community board on April 12th and that that the application was approved unanimously, although I did not see the CB3 hearing. Actually, that was the board land use committee on 4/12. I don't know when the full board is scheduled. The only other thing is, in one of their letters, I believe they stated that there are no exterior lights. And that is my only comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I second your comment regarding fixing the statement. Yes, it talks about automotive service station office or something like that, so that need to be fixed. The lighting, yes, they need to provide clarifications. I haven't seen that letter that Vice Chair Shabata indicated, but if it's there, I'm fine with it as is right now. Landscaping, yes, it's just scattered at the rear property line close to the residential. The only thing that I would add is regarding the parking alignment, the striping. If you look at the plans, both the previously approved and the proposed, shows 12 spots. However, when you look at the Google Maps, and I did look at another website that we have access to from the city, it just shows 10. So apparently the existing is not 12, it's 10. The difference is actually all the way on the rear to the left. If you're going into the property to the left, there are 2 spots, not 3. So that need to be fixed on the plan, on the proposed plan. Other than that, I'm fine with the application.
Okay. Did you, I think they submitted some photos also. Did you check the photos to see if the parking space alignments match up?
I did look at the photos and I believe they are in agreement with the Google views. Hold on, I'm looking at it right now. No, the view is cut off in the
Okay,
back.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the applicant can clarify that. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 2575 3070Z 60-93 Flushing Avenue, Queens.
Just give me a second. I'm going to open up the drawings. Just a minute. Sorry, it's taking a little longer for the drawings to open. I'm not sure how I'm able to access the drawings. Okay, got it. Fine. Sorry about that. So we received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community board has voted to approve the plan with a comment that says illuminated gas track signage is directly signage shall be directed away from the residential properties. This is an application for an extension of term, waiver of board's rule, and an amendment to the existing gasoline service station with automotive repair on the subject site. The last extension on this expired on February 14, 2018. Proof of continuous use has been provided. Google Street Views have been provided from 2009, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 2021, and 2022. So I think it pretty much covers all the years since 2018. Compliance chart also has been provided. As I stated, the applicant is also proposing an amendment to replace the automotive repair shop with a convenience store and modify the building footprint to increase it from 1380 square foot to 1600 square foot. And will provide 2 parking spaces with 4 gasoline dispensers with a canopy above. So zoning resolution section 11-412 permits enlargement of buildings on zoning lots that receive variance prior to December 15, 1961, that they shall not exceed more than 50% of the floor area of the existing building. The proposed modification is consistent with that, and it would be less than 20% of the previously approved floor area. So the current site condition is in very poor shape. The site is in poor shape. So what I would like to know is, like, for example, the curb cuts and the sidewalks are in very poor shape. And it seems what the applicant is proposing is a complete overhaul of the entire site. And so what I would like to know as part of this entire refurbishment of this entire site, will it also result in improving the sidewalks and the curb cuts on all frontages? That is really all my question is with regards to this project. I think if proposed and improved, it would be much better than what the current site looks like. Vice Chair Shiveta.
Thank you, Chair. I too was happy to see that they want to overhaul the site because the site is in poor condition. It has debris all around it. Cars are parked all over the site. The sidewalk and the asphalt is in dire need of repair. So I'm happy to see that they're going to address this. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the statement of facts, second page, under history and of the development, second line in this paragraph, it starts with saying gas station was developed in 53, and then BSA approved under calendar number 575-37-BZ, and then it says the board has previously denied the application. I'm not sure what is that. It might be a typo. If not, I need clarifications on that. The car wash, my understanding is that they have a car wash enclosed. Is there any drainage for the car wash, or it's just drained to outside? Also, is there any drainage for the station? I need some like clarification from them on the drainage. And I appreciate the applicant honesty in the pictures he submitted, because the pictures 30, 38, and 35, 39, 37 clearly show that the site has some issues, and they are committed to fix these issues. So I appreciate that. And I have no further to add. Thank you.
Okay, so I think what I want to be very clear about is what the applicant is proposing is actually changing the business model. It will retain the existing gasoline service station, but it will replace the automotive service with
Convenience store.
with a convenience store. and the drawings, it did not show the car wash machine, the automated car wash. It did not show it. So to your point, I would like the applicant to clarify it if they're proposing to keep it. If not, then that's great. No, but if they are proposing to keep it, then it needs to be indicated in the plan and then provide the adequate drainage that would come out of that.
Yep.
So I just want to be very clear. It's not, right, because I don't think the drawing showed it. So I just assume they're not providing a car wash because there are only 2 parking spaces and that is required as part of the requirement of the convenience store.
Okay.
So it's really not meant for any other operation. That's kind of what I understood, but the applicant should clarify that.
Okay.
Commissioner Otley Brown, did you want
Yeah,
to
I
say
just wanted to
anything?
make a comment about the resolution history that you had cited. And I believe what they were saying is that the first time this came before the board in 1953 as a case, it was denied, but I believe they came back again in 1959, which is what we're dealing with now, is the
It wasn't-
1959 case.
Yeah, but it wasn't that clear for me. I would just rephrase it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Otley Brown. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have nothing further.
I believe, I'm sorry, Chair. I believe it says gas station was developed in 53 after the Board of Standard and Appeal granted a zoning permit. So the phrasing of the sentence here gives the idea that in 53, the board granted 575. So if it wasn't, this wasn't the case, I believe they need to restructure that sentence entirely.
I think-
It is confusing, but
Yeah.
we're reading calendar 9/15/59, so it kind of almost
Exactly.
isn't relevant in a way.
Exactly. I
Sure.
agree with Commissioner. Otley Brown.
Understood. Yeah.
Not that you're not relevant, I meant that statement that
I
they put in
understand.
is not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next case.
I'm sorry, weren't we reading 57537? Was I confused?
Yeah,
Flushing
now
Avenue?
I'm confused.
We're reading 5 Flushing Avenue. When you're speaking about 59, that's the next case. New cases.
Oops.
That's my mistake.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh, well, I. thought we
sorry,
were
I didn't catch
reviewing
that, and I'm
I thought we were
listening and thinking-
573-37.
yeah, we're
I
on
thought we were
Flushing.
On 9/15/59.
Right, so when you're talking about a 57
Mhm.
grant, yeah.
Then take away whatever I said about that.
Thank you, Connie.
Okay, all right, so okay, you just misquoted that, the thing, but.
Yeah,
otherwise
I
your
just
comment
said
is
take
still-
that away.
Right, last
Yeah.
comment, take that. away.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Whew.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just like listening and where did that come up from?
Good catch.
Okay. So we're finished with this one, Flushing Avenue?
I
Yes.
believe so, right, Commissioner?
Okay.
Okay.
New cases, item number 21, 9/15/59 BZ, 59-12 Fresh Pond Road, Queen.
Okay, just give me a second. We received a proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this project. This is an application to amend the plan for a gasoline service station located on the subject site. This, I think, I don't have it in my note as to when the grant expired. I also do not know what the condition of the grants, of the prior grants were. Proof of continuous use is not required. However, so it must have, I apologize. I think my notes are a little bit all over the place, but a proof of continuous use is not required. So it is being filed within the time frame. A compliance chart has been provided and the applicant is proposing to amend the plan to erect a canopy over the gasoline service area. So here are my comments regarding the overall site condition. The site needs a repair, especially the fencing along the residential lot line. The asphalt needs to be fixed. Curb cuts, sidewalks are in need of repair. More vehicles are parked on the site than indicated on the plan. If needed, if the applicant needs more parking spaces for vehicles awaiting repair indicated on the plan, and stripe the parking spaces accordingly. indicate the height of the fence and the wall located along the residential lot line. There should be a minimum 6 foot high, 6 foot high open, 6 foot high opaque fence along the residential lot line. I will request that the applicant reach out to the Parks Department to provide street trees along Fresh Pond and 61st Street frontage. With regards to the trash bin, it is located outside the building. The applicant is proposing to build an enclosure, indicate the material and the height of the enclosure that is being proposed. And is the proposed location of the trash, my question is it permitted? I think it cannot be more than 50, it has to be beyond 50 foot from the street line, so it wasn't quite clear to me. Lumen level, it is high along the residential lot line. As recommended, the light level needs to be corrected and the applicant needs to install shields now. I don't have any other comments on this application. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I just want to add that I asked for more photos of the site. I believe we received 10 photos, but I don't believe that. They were
Interior specifically. With regards
interior
to-
and exterior. I just don't think that they really canvassed the entire site.
So you want a 360 view?
Please. Nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have one question. In the statement there, previous non-compliances, one of them was excessive auto parking. And now when they talk about their hours of use, they talk about, which they say they had ceased actually. But now when they talk about hours of use, they talk about passive auto parking, which is 24/7. And my question is, what exactly is that?
That is a new terminology.
Yeah, it's a new terminology. And is that some form of auto parking that was excessively done previously? That's the question.
Yeah, that's a good, when I read it, I thought it was more like vehicles that are awaiting service or have been serviced and are awaiting pickup.
I thought of it
One would
as,
assume
overnight,
that,
yeah.
exactly.
And I hope that's
except
what it
for
is.
the previous non-compliance
Right.
led me think, well, we've never seen anyone include parking as a use with hours before when it's just waiting for service.
Right.
Because the auto service, auto repair is only till 6, so.
so I had a complete different understanding. I thought that they were leasing the spots for other people to park in.
That's what one would think is what I'm saying, but they shouldn't be doing that.
No,
That's
no,
what I'm
that's
saying. So
certainly-
that's
that's
why I'm
certainly-
questioning
yeah,
it. It
that's-
leads me to think that's what they're doing.
Yes, and Madam Chair, this is Carlo. There's a prohibition on parking lots within the 1210 definition of accessory uses to an automotive service station. I just want to alert the board that.
Yes. So this requires clarification, otherwise it would be contrary to the grant and conditions. And it would need to be corrected. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. First, the statement of facts indicate that the certificate of occupancy lists the use of non-automatic car wash. So like the other case, if they gonna have car wash, how about the drainage for the car wash and for outside? This is item 1. Item 2, I see that the sidewalk is like significantly broken along 61st Street, so they need to give a look at that and get it fixed. And along the residential property line, even in their pictures, I can see that view and show some drums stored right next to the property line. And honestly, if you open Google View and look at the adjacent residence fence along the street and compare it to the fence that separates it from the subject property, it's embarrassing for me that the two fences are like the exact opposite. One of them is extremely beautiful, the other one is extremely the opposite. I don't want to say the word. So I'm urging them to take a look at that portion along the residential and the sidewalk and get these things fixed. That's all what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was just looking over Vice Chair Shibeta's shoulder, scrolling through the Google Street View and noticed some vehicles are parked on the sidewalk. So that needs to be.
I can.
Can
for
you
the
speak?
record,
Sorry, Chair, can you speak up?
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I moved away from the mic. I was just looking over the Google Street View that Vice Chair Shibeta just pulled up, and I noticed that there are some vehicles parked on the sidewalk.
I just put it on the screen for the record's sake. If this is the condition
Right.
along the residential property
Mhm.
line, and this is the fence for the adjacent. It's not fair to the neighbor that he spends money to put this fence, and at the end of the day, his property
Right.
looks like that.
Yeah.
And that he has a treasure receptacle
Yeah,
against his property.
Yeah,
Right.
and then the dumpster is right here, and if you look at the sidewalk, like I said, this portion here and this portion here need like immediate attention.
You
for
know,
that.
something I noticed, if you notice all the cars that are parked along that street frontage, I don't know what the parking regulation is along that street frontage, but all the vehicles are parked partially on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
and partially on the street.
Yes.
I don't know if those are neighbors that are parking and that is also causing a little bit of the wear and tear, or if it's the operator of this facility using these curbside parking. So it would be good to get a clarification from the applicant. And if it is the neighbors or even their customers who are parking that way, assuming on-street curbside parking is permitted, the applicant should work with the community board to address this concern, because this is a city can issue violation if this is not, they're not parking
I
properly.
gave him the benefit of the doubt, especially when you look here, they have vacant spots on site. So I wouldn't like tend to think that these two cars
Okay.
belong to the facility here.
Yeah,
You see that there are plenty of space where they can probably, if they need, if these cars belongs to them, they could have put them here. But since I'm not sure, I didn't want to talk about the sidewalk parking.
no, I'm just looking at the street parking regulation, and it seems it says no parking,
No standing.
No
no
standing.
standing.
But I
no
think that's
standing anytime.
pointing to,
That's
The
pointing
other
to the
way.
other
It's the
direction.
other direction, okay. So technically you can park along
Okay.
that frontage, but for whatever reason, everybody seems to be parking
Uh,
their car halfway.
I don't think you're allowed to park on the sidewalk in any,
I don't think
and-
you are, so it's a more of it's kind of unfortunate neighbors are doing that and the applicant here has to, but has to work with the community board in having it addressed. Okay, sorry, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. My only other comment is that the vending machine needs to be moved inside and there shouldn't be any sales outside of the building.
It is in the way of circulation.
It's on the path in front of the store,
Okay,
but
so it's blocking the access way.
I can't say that definitively. I need to look again, but I just thought that we shouldn't have any sales of anything outside.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Move on?
Yeah.
Item number 22, 1122 81 BZ, 10514 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. I had emailed this morning, the community board recommendation.
Yes.
Okay.
So we received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. As Ms. Matias pointed out, we just received community board approval, and I believe those are conditions.
There are conditions.
And I'm going to read out the conditions. Keep all building supplies found on the adjoining property below fence height and debris and refuse free signage about double parking shall be kept and adhered to. Fencing at all locations of the property shall be kept in good repair and appearance. All graffiti must be enthusiastically removed on a consistent basis. Create and supply scheduling for incoming deliveries for pedestrian sidewalk safety and provision of double parking of all types of trucks at the curb facing Astoria Boulevard. employment opportunities for Community Board 3 should be focused on during hiring period, and Newcastle Building Products as a local community business shall be more engaged in the community participation and supportive of community activities. I cannot, I mean, as a board, we cannot ask the community, the business with regards to what their employment processes should be, but as good neighbors, they should use their best judgment in terms of how they engage the community through community activities or even through employment. That is up to the applicant, the business. With regards to the previous conditions, it seems the community board is referring to the property that is adjoining the subject site. The subject site consists of 2 tax lots, 3 and 1, and 3 and 11. And it's not clear if the community board is referring to the adjoining lot, that is lot 1. And I would like the applicant to clarify if that lot 1 is being used by Newcastle. And if so, then the application needs to be amended to include that into the zoning lot. The application needs to be amended. So the applicant needs to clarify why that question was asked. If it's a different business and there's a confusion that this is part of the Newcastle, then I think that's a clarification the applicant should make. So again, this is an application for an extension of term and extension of time to obtain certificate of occupancy and waiver of board's rule. Here are my comments. Though no changes are proposed, the proposed plan shows 3 mezzanine. The previously approved plan does not include mezzanine. So the applicant needs to clarify if it's legalizing the existing mezzanines, and if so, it is an amendment to the plan, and the SOC application needs to be resubmitted. With regards to landscaping, I did not see landscaping per approved plan on in the photos provided. I do not see it on the existing or even in the proposed plan. And also where street trees that were required, where they planted, or even an application to Parks Department if that has been made. With regards to the signage, the existing building signage along Astoria Boulevard exceeds 180 square feet. Permitted is 150 square feet in a C2 district. So the signage needs to comply and it needs to be modified prior to any board's decision. Those are my comments. Otherwise, the site is in good condition, assuming it is just lot 3 and 11. Vice Chair Shibata.
I had a question as to what time were the deliveries, and it's relevant because they're resident adjacent. They have graffiti on their site. I asked them to clean that and to maintain the back and side yard, and that they cannot keep a trash receptacle outside of their the establishment. And they have a dumpster outside, so nothing further from me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I second your comment regarding the clarification. The oath was to explain whether the adjacent property to the west is operating as part of the entire establishment or not, and if it is, I do have some additional clarifications needed from their side, but I need first to hear back from them. Other than that, I saw some wooden pallets on the sidewalk. That means that they unload the trucks and they put the pallets on the sidewalk. So if this is the case, they need to remove these pallets immediately after use.
Right, they are harmful for the pedestrian circulation and should not be there anyway.
It's a tripping hazard.
Right.
I have a question. If it's co-owned, if there's co-ownership, but not the co-use, is that something that we still want to inquire?
If it's not co-used, no. But if it's no. So if it is co-used, yes. If it's co-owned, no.
Okay.
Because the operation is important. You could own this piece of land and not and it could be lying fallow. It's the question of if it is being used in conjunction with the existing use, yes, we do need to then understand it. And then and council can advise me, I think it is then, because use is not permitted as of right on that subject lot, then it would need to be amended.
They'd have to readdress all the findings.
They would
Yeah.
have to readdress all the findings.
So I think it's relevant. We find out if it's co-owned anyway.
Right. yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Yoon. Thank you.
Thank you. I also noticed the trash located outside on the sidewalk that needs to be moved inside. There's some banners that seem to be showing in the photos, but not in the signage analysis, so those would need to be removed. The hours of operation, the statement of facts states that on Saturdays, they open at 7 a.m., but I believe that the board condition was for 8 a.m. start time for operation hours, so for Saturday. So the applicant can clarify if they would like to amend that condition or change their operating hours on Saturday to be within the current permitted hours. That's
Oh.
my only comment.
Oh, thank you. I didn't pick that up. Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Move on.
Yes, please.
Item number 23, 2017-31 BZ, 107-17 34th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, proof of service for initial filing and public hearing is not required for extension of time. This is an application for an extension of time to develop a 3-story as of right residential building that was granted a bulk variance since 2018. The variance that was granted was for front and side yard. The applicant has cited the reasons for delay, and with regards to addressing the delay, the applicant has retained a new architect to refile, and DOB has been conducting review, but needs the extension of time to continue for DOB to review and also approve the plans. So only question I have is for the applicant to answer is they need to provide an estimated timeline to complete the construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy. Vice Chair Shabeta,
I have no comments.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
I second your statement about more time, how much more time is needed and what the timeline would be.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. I second your comment. I have enough further to add.
thank you. Commissioner Sheta, I'm sorry, Commissioner Yoon, my apologies.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right.
Item number,
Comments,
I'm sorry, item number 24, 2018-48 BZ, 5205 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
Okay, so we're going to postpone this to tomorrow. And
Right.
this will be the first item that we're going to hear tomorrow.
Okay, they did submit a revised statement.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah.
So just so you know,
Probably email.
the applicant had to revise the statement of fact. There was just a couple of little corrections that needed to be made, which was vital with regards to this action, which is an extension of time. And so please review the submission. I don't think we had enough time to review it for us to make a decision, for us to review and opine on it today. So we will call this tomorrow, first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 25, 2022-36A, 814 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island.
Okay. This application was last heard on March 13th, and based on the comments raised by DOT, the applicant was asked to consider a temporary structure for the proposed enlargement in the event of a street widening. A revised plan has been submitted with a temporary covered patio to be placed in front of the existing building that is partially located within the mapped bed. As the applicant stated, for 50 years, city has not taken any action to widen the street, and the street widening of Richmond Terrace is not in the DOT capital plan, or at the same time, there is no funding in place for the BRT. The proposed alternative for a temporary structure allows for the as of right use to enlarge so, and I had asked this question, that is in case, there is going to be a street enlargement, it would minimize the cost. However, this is a question I have for the commissioners, is should we go ahead and grant the temporary structure to be considered as opposed to a permanent one? And the reason I'm asking is because, as I stated, the existing building extends into the bed of the map street already. Any widening of Richmond Terrace would require taking of the property and also removal of the portion of the existing building. So, I'm open to either. So I would like to get a read from the commissioners, whether they think we should, whether you all think we should proceed with with a temporary structure in front of the existing building, or just a permanent structure in front of the existing building.
So I would think that
Yes, Vice Chair Shibata.
considering the history here that the applicant has stated, I would be okay with a permanent structure, but have the applicant beware that it is at his own risk. If they do want to widen that, that is a risk that he has to assume. I would imagine they prefer the permanent structure, and I think that it is well within their right to have a permanent structure, because making it upholding an owner to this extent is in a way a taking. So I support the application as it stands.
Commissioner Otley Brown, thank you.
I agree with the vice chair as to allowing them to have that permanent structure
Thank
for
you.
all those same reasons.
Mhm. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
I'll take the other side. Once we like grant, make our grants for a permanent structure, that means that I believe it's a liability to the city, to the government. So I wouldn't say it's under the applicant's risk. I would say if we want to approve, we should approve the temporary structure and imply to or make it clear to the applicant that the temporary structure, if the city DOT decide to pursue any plans, they should be prepared to remove that temporary structure. I do strongly believe that we're actually helping the applicant and maybe protecting him from any action from the city side, and then him has to go ahead and knock down a building that he built and spent money on it. So I would tend to grant for a temporary structure and like I said, make it clear to the applicant that this is temporary structure. If you need to remove it, you will need to remove it.
Do we want to?
If let me just add one thing. I would like to get the council's opinion on, like, if let's say we grant a permanent structure and something happened in a year or two that the city decide to like require the applicant to knock down that building.
The city would buy the property.
Yeah, so typically what would happen is city would appraise and would buy the property based on their assessment value and other things. So if it's a permanent structure, chances of the acquisition price may be different versus if it were a temporary
Yeah,
structure.
but
If they widen, they're gonna have to acquire, even if we granted nothing today, they would have to make an acquisition of a portion of this property. Now, I appreciate your statements and I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate them entirely. I just believe that it is unfair to a citizen to be held up by what basically is a sentence in just a few words on a page that was written 60 years ago. And the city has taken no steps towards then effectuating this claim and has not made any real statement that they're going to in the future. So to then hold up a person from using their land rights, I believe is.
Don't you think that the feedback we got from the DOT would like constitute this statement that it might be something built by the city in the future?
Are you concerned
Well-
putting a conditional approval? Because we're basically overriding.
I'm fine
DOT,
with
right?
something like that.
I mean,
If you
I don't
want to
know,
make it
council can
permanent,
jump
make a
in.
condition that if the city, but again, if the city want to like acquire
Chase,
whatever, even the
Let-
price for a piece of land or a price for a piece of land plus a temporary structure, which is, of course, a temporary structure is much cheaper than a permanent.
Mhm.
If the city decides.
Commissioner, hi, I would just like to note that DOT has requested that this be a temporary.
General Counsel, I just want to address, this is General Counsel Chase Vine. Go ahead.
Hello. DOT has requested that this be a temporary structure. A structure, temporary or permanent, nonetheless does allow the applicant to use their property beyond what they would be able to use absent a grant. And they can always come back to the board to amend if the DOT climate or DOT's position changes with respect to the use of this street frontage. They can always come back to the board to amend to seek a more permanent structure.
Yes, I did get the same understanding, and I would suggest that the applicant take the temporary grants, and I would say the cost to like switch from a temporary type structure to a permanent type structure wouldn't be that significant. But risk-wise, I believe it might be more appropriate to grant a temporary structure.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I just want to note that outside of the bed of the map street being mapped 60 years ago or whatever it was, there obviously has been a lot of work from both DCP and DOT in the community in understanding how to improve this North Shore transit. So not to dismiss all of the work that many people have done, and that's why we are getting a lot of objections along Richmond Terrace. I think personally, between temporary and permanent, that's up to the owner. But I think what's more important is that it's easily separable from the existing building that's being improved, so that in the event of a partial purchase by the city of the site that is within the bed of the map street, that the portion that is being added is easily removable and separated from the existing structure. That's what I think would be an easier approach and would allow the current owner to make use of the site, but still providing some flexibility in the future without damaging the rest of the operation.
Chair,
Sure.
I believe what the applicant submitted.
Commissioner Shetta? Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead. I
sorry.
just needed to acknowledge it for the
Yep,
record.
I got it. We'll get used to it. Thank you. I believe what the applicant submitted in this submission is he's asking for the enlargement to be a temporary type structure. So if the applicant is asking for that, I do believe that the applicant looked at, calculated his risk, and he's deciding to go with the temporary. And I'd like to hear back from the applicant if he wanted to go like the other direction for a permanent structure.
I will say the response letter dated April 6th, clearly, the last sentence says, "We hope the board will be able to approve the proposal as a permanent structure."
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the applicant responded to the question that was raised by me as to can an alternate temporary structure be considered and can they provide a plan?
Okay.
And that is what the wish is to provide a permanent.
I didn't see that kind
Yeah.
of feedback.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification, Commissioner.
Okay, so I think we still are, I see the pros and cons of both of them, and we also need to be mindful of other potential sites that might be within the bed of similarly situated streets where there might be a plan, but yet there is no funding or there is no immediate proposal for any development. And so we need to keep that in our perspective also as we are considering this, because then these become precedent setting. Okay. Next case.
new cases, item number 26. 2022-33A through 35A, 3-15, 3-70, 125th Street, Queens, a common law vesting case.
Sorry, I'm just running out of battery on my laptop, so I'm just going to repeat. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, so we received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this project. This is an application for a common law vesting right to renew the building permit that was lawfully issued for the construction of 3 attached homes on the subject zoning lot. As the applicant has, I think the applicant's analysis and their documentation is very thorough. I really did not have any comments on it. The only thing I want to point out is that this site was rezoned from R32 to R3A, which prevents attached homes. And the applicant has provided all the necessary documents. We received a letter from DOB stating that the permit was lawfully issued. And as can be seen, the applicant has responded to all the DOB violations, and this verifies there has been active processing happening on this case. So typically with common law vesting, the board applies the Putnam-Armonk test. And based on that, the applicant has met the substantial construction argument, and so has, because as the applicant state that so actually, no, I do have a question, and that is, at one section, it says 100% of the foundation is complete, but in another portion of the section, it said 20% of the foundation. So I would just like the applicant to clarify that. Though I would say the construction of the site was pretty much, most of it was done before even the text was enacted. And if the applicant can provide photos, that would help. And I think they can go to Google Street View for that. Substantial expenditure, invoice and checks have been provided with regards to the expenditure that has been made, which is well over 20% of the total expense, and as part of the date of adoption of the zoning text amendment. So the applicant has submitted a response saying that with regards to serious loss, converting from a attached 3 homes to a semi-detached will result in a redesign and rebuilding almost, and it would be a serious loss. So I'm very satisfied with the application, and the applicant has met the 3 prongs of Putnam-Armonk. I have no additional comments on that, except for that clarification. Vice Chair Shibata.
We have a question as to, there was a gap between 2005 and 2014. I don't believe this is enough of a gap to start questioning abandonment, but I do want to know why there's such a gap.
2014 too?
From 2005 to 2014,
Okay.
nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So as for substantial construction, I understood the 20% to mean the 20% overall.
Yeah.
And that it was 100% of the foundations, 15% of the plumbing, 20% of the installation of CMU blocks, and 10% masonry overall amounted to 20% of the complete project. And I had virtually no questions about this. One thing, a little housekeeping, as for the substantial money spent or incurred by December 21st, 2005, there's actually a slight discrepancy between the statements of what was spent and then the additional money spent in the statement versus their itemized revised financial chart. So they should just add it up and make a correction to that, reconcile it, so to speak. And I felt that the serious loss was well addressed, because, you know, you couldn't have attached homes. That would necessitate actually removing everything that you already put into the ground. And whether or not you use the rezoning of 2005 or you use present numbers, it's either a $250,000 loss or it's a $1.2 million loss. Both losses would be significant. So I was fine with that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe that the application has satisfied the findings for common law vested right. This is not just based on the affidavit that they submitted, that 20% aggregate work was done and 100% of the foundation was completed before the vesting. But I did look at some other resources, and I do believe that what they submitted, the contents of the affidavit is accurate. The only thing I would ask them, just not to like set a precedent for these kind of cases. I don't want to take just the affidavit for granted. If they go to a website called Historic Areas or any similar website, they can easily go there. I tried to do it from Google Street View, but it's not possible because maybe that portion wasn't covered back then. But Historic Areas is kind of a website that gives historic maps back until like probably 1900 or maybe slightly after that. And I did do the exercise for them. Let me just
And you were able to see the site.
I want to put it so they can't see it and make sure that they try to get us same thing. Yes, this is it.
Oh, very
This is
clear.
just for viewing purposes. This is from 2006. You can see that the three houses are there. And if I switch to the yeah, this is probably another view in 2006. If they can just buy these two maps and submit them to us, probably each is like $5-10 from the website. It's gonna be very helpful for us to keep it in our records. Other than that, I'm fine with the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Helpful. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I just have a very granular question in the statement of facts, it declares Mary Smith as the applicant, but I believe that when Sheldon LaBelle's office usually comes with an application, they're usually the applicant, the office of Sheldon LaBelle. So I was just curious about why they declare Mary Smith as the applicant. I think it stuck out because we don't also normally see just a person's name.
Okay.
So if you could just humor me. Thank you.
All right,
Duly noted, Commissioner Yoon.
thank you. Okay.
Okay, so no further questions?
Let's take a.
So this concludes the public review session, the review session for November, April 24th. Wow. We're going to take a 10-minute break,
Yes.
Chair,
Yes,
10-minute break.
thank you. Two.
Wait, she's got something out on there. Oh my God. Are we ready?
Okay, everyone, we're back live.
Change the screen.
Yep,
Oops, let me
please
go back.
remove the share screen.
You're gonna put the Board of Standards in, thank you. Ready? Go?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So good afternoon, this is the Board of, sorry, afternoon? Yes, good afternoon, this is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for April 24th, 2023. We'll begin with the special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 16, 31953 BZ, 1135 East 222nd Street, the Bronx.
Okay.
Um,
Who are we waiting for?
I know the community board is in, but what's the client's name, Vinroy? Oh, gee.
Consegra, William Consegra.
No, William Consegra. Oh, okay. William Consegra is there. Okay. And then his client.
Rashid El Jamal.
Jamal?
Yeah.
I don't see his, I'm gonna put Mr. Consegra. Please unmute and join as panelists. I don't see.
I see Mr. Cook.
Yes, but I don't see his client.
He's not there.
That he was. Mr. Consegra, please unmute.
Yes, good morning. I just talked to my client. He is calling in as we speak. He was having some issues, so I gave him the phone number that you just posted on the screen, but he will be on in a minute or two.
Okay, could you?
Mr. Consegra, can you put your
put
camera
Video
on?
on, please.
My camera is, let me try to put it on my phone. My laptop, for some reason, the camera does not want to connect. Let me try to get it on my phone. I don't know what technology, technologically what's going on, but yeah, my laptop says no camera available. So I don't know let me try. Yeah. Let me try it on my phone. I apologize. Hold
And your
on.
client is calling in? He's not coming in on video either?
Let me hold on one second. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'm texting him right now to see if he can get on right now. Hold on one second. Sorry, it's I told him a few minutes ago, and he is hold on one second. Let me get the number for the call.
So you need to follow the prompts. It's dial 646-558. It's 656. You have to enter the webinar ID number with the pound sign at the next prompt. And at the third prompt, you will only press the pound sign.
Okay.
And then once he's in, press
Oh.
star 6 to unmute if he's on the phone.
Okay. Yeah, and then
It'd be great if we could have video because I have to swear you in.
yes. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second, and I'm trying to get on the Zoom call via my phone, and it's asking for a passcode. Ugh.
I did give it.
Okay, the
Passcode is 902457.
Sorry. Yeah, 902457.
Okay.
Shouldn't is that?
oh, if you're calling in, I see.
No, actually, you just.
The
press-
passcode,
press pound.
it's on the, it's
Press
under the
pound.
webinar ID.
Yeah, on this, oh, yeah, 9902457. Okay,
She doesn't answer that.
Recording in progress.
sorry. Okay.
You're
Mr.
gonna have to
Consagrea,
mute.
please mute the computer if you're speaking on the phone. Thank you.
Unmute your phone.
Okay, and I'm trying to see where my client is, because I know that they have the capability to do Zoom, because they did, his representative did so for the community board meeting.
We have a caller in the waiting room with the last 3 digits of their phone number ending in 660. Could that be your client?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. 660. No, it would. His number would be 3996.
We move on with
Let's-
Mr.
no,
Consagrea.
Let's start with the,
Okay, goes. Never mind. That is him. That's Miss. I don't know. Yeah, that he's saying that's the number he's calling from. 6660.
Okay, please unmute, please. What is this client say? What is your client saying?
Mr. Jamal.
El Jamal.
Mr. Jamal, *6 to unmute. Very good.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Good
Ah,
afternoon, Mr.
okay.
Jamal. Okay,
Hi, how are you?
to swear you in, both you and Mr. Consagrea. Could you raise your right hand? You affirm to
Yeah.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your statement and in your testimony before this board, and to respond only to board member questions.
Yes.
Mr. Jamal?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Mr. Consagrea, would,
Consuegra.
Consuegra, sorry, I should know this.
Or you can, if that's right.
That is right.
Please
Consuegra.
state your name for the record and proceed.
William Consuegra.
Please proceed, Mr. Consuegra.
Okay, yes, thank you to the board. We are here to ask for the approval of the extension of this term for my client's business. Since the last meeting where I appeared, there have been several things that have been done. Most noticeably, as was mentioned in the review session this morning, the removal of several of the dead cars that had been left by customers. My client had to get permission from the city, had to get a sign that said that cars left abandoned will be towed away. He could not just tow them without having that sign and that kind of notice to clients. He did have several vehicles removed, including those buses that this board and the community board had both mentioned. He also has painted spaces, the lines for the spaces in his property. Also cleaned up the property quite a bit. We did actually go through the process and pay the expense of paying a company, an architectural firm to, a surveying company, my apologies, a surveying companies to conduct a survey of the property. And what we have asked them then is to verify through some documentation, because at the last hearing, there was a question, there was no record showing what the actual metes and bounds of the property were. So we asked the surveying company to see if they could figure that out, find some documentation showing the actual lines if they are different. They have not gotten back to us. I've been left several messages with them. But regardless of that fact, my client has been observing the majority of the regulations, the requirements that the board has placed on it. The questions that they did have when we, understood that the board wanted a return to the landscaping that was previously characterizing the property. The owner did not own the property back when there was landscaping. Since he's owned it now, there has not been any landscaping on his property, so he didn't know exactly what type of property or what type of reference was being referred to in terms of planters or any other type of landscaping at the tip of the triangle. So that's something that if we could get some more clarification on, just because there's no specification in the certificate of occupancy as to what that should look like. Also, the bollards have not been installed yet because of the question about the actual property lines. The client didn't want to go through the expense of putting in bollards only to have to then move them if the property lines are different. And so then that's the other question on that. Regarding the sign analysis, the client did remove some a duplicative sign. We haven't done a sign study. I guess we can, have one done or take pictures of with the corresponding measurements of the signs on the building. But we were operating as to what was on the previously submitted plans by the architect for the last submission, which I guess erroneously referred to a different zoning type, which allowed for more than the 195 square feet of footage of signage. I'm sorry, and that is something that has been in use for years. But okay, my client just texted me all signs were removed and that they will send pictures. And then in terms of the lighting study, that is one which the lights have been basically the same exact lighting setting or setup as has been the entire time that they've owned the property. There's not been one light added to the property on the outside of the building. So they didn't understand why that needed to be done when we don't believe there are any complaints. There have been other complaints, but nothing about lighting being an issue. So that we wanted some more clarification on that. And then in terms of the cleanliness of the site, the debris, it's in flux. This is a very active business. When you bring in cars to be repaired, unfortunately, there sometimes are oil stains. That is something that they've been focused on cleaning. And in terms of submitting the updated parking plan, we can do that. The plan that we had originally submitted was with the understanding of the wider understanding of the property lines. With the smaller one, obviously, if that is the factual boundaries of the property, then we can submit an updated parking plan to show the approximate number of cars, the 10. So that's something we can do. And then I think that's all the questions that I took down from the review session. I didn't know if there were any other questions or concerns at this moment.
First of all, thank you for listening to our review session and picking up all the issues that we raised. So I'm going to point you to the existing plan and the previously approved plan. You should use that as a guide for all the modifications that you have to make. So in the previously approved plan, there are two. I'm going to start with the landscaping. As part of the previously approved plan, and even in your existing plan, it shows that there are two landscape areas on two sides of the building, when in reality, there aren't any, right? There is a open area on the 222nd Street, but it's really not landscape as per the approved plan. And on the East Chester side, there is none. So either have to comply with the previously approved plan, so that means provide the landscaping on both sides of the building. Or if we are to accept the existing status quo, which is landscaping along the East 222nd Street frontage, then you have to show in your existing, in your proposed plan, the landscaping and whether you're going to keep it in ground or whether it's going to be raised. I think in the previous one, it was a little bit raised. If you're going to maintain an in-ground, show an in-ground and show what kind of planting you're going to provide. On the East Chester frontage, there isn't any planting. It's a completely a hard surface. So the recommendation was that since you do have a trash bin, why don't you convert that into an enclosed trash location? So which is basically, you just have to build up a wall of about 5 foot high. With it could be a simple masonry wall or a brick wall. And then with a gate in which the trash bin is enclosed. So that way it is out of sight. You can store your trash on the day of the pickup. The garbage collector comes and opens the door and picks it up and puts it back in there. So that way you're utilizing the space as you would be using it without it being offensive to the neighbors in terms of visually. And you are containing your trash in an area rather than everywhere being in the way of your business operation. Honestly. So that is one thing. So that needs to be revised. Same thing, if you look at the existing plan and the previously approved plan, it doesn't it just says 10 parking spaces. I think the previously approved plan does show number of parking spaces 10. So you need to kind of show that in your proposed plan and on your and physically show those spaces, stripe those spaces on your site and show us a photo. So this way, even though your operators know exactly where the 10 parking spaces are and you park your space within those 10 spaces. So you minimize the amount of guessing, you minimize the amount of encroaching into the side yard, into the sidewalk. That's really the intent of it. And the bollard, I appreciate that you're doing the survey. We had kind of asked for the survey because you were claiming the sidewalk to be part of your lot. But if you are proceeding with your survey to ensure where your meets and bounds of the property is, so that based on that you can put the bollards, that's fine. It's in your it's to your benefit to have that demarcation very clearly identified. And with regards to the lighting, you probably are right that there has not been any change to it. However, as the boards over the years have been reviewing these cases, we have realized that there have been few things that when it at one point may not have been considered really an impact, may be an impact today. So we try to reassess it from the present condition. And in this case, all you have to show in the plan where the existing light fixtures are. If they're mounted on the building, just indicate it on the plan. And if you have an independent light pole, let's say mounted on the site, just indicate it on the plan. And from what I have seen of the photos, I think if you have any light fixtures, they're all mounted on the building. And maybe there is a light pole that is on at the tip of the triangle. And in that case, typically the lumen spread will almost not go into the residential buildings because you are surrounded by streets. We become concerned only when these light poles are located right at the residential lot line. In this case, I do not believe we have that. So I do not think that would be an issue, but we just need to kind of pull that out through your diagrams. And you can state that in your revised cover letter, that these are the things that's, as we discussed, you're proposing to amend the landscaping plan, and this is how it's going to be done. Look at the revised plan. You're, with regards to the lighting, the existing lighting condition is X as shown in the plan. And there really aren't any light poles or light fixtures that it's extending the light into the rear lot, into the residential lot line. And and you're requesting and then this would not be an issue. With regards to the signage, I'm happy to hear the applicant has removed, well, we didn't want you to remove all the signage, but we just wanted you to remove the signage that is in excess of 150 square foot. But if you have removed all the signage, the condition will be all signage shall comply with the underlying regulation with this 100, which is 150 square foot per frontage. And in this case, I do not think there were any signs on the building facing 222nd Street or East Chester. It was just the building fronting on the triangle where the signage was. And that entire signage was over 150 square feet. So that needs to be tailored down to 150 square foot. So your note, you remove all of these existing signage because you don't, your client is saying you've removed all the signage, and you can just say signage shall comply with C1 regulations. Or if you can draw it up in the plan saying, indicating where the signs are going to be and that they all measure up to 150 square foot. Okay. So the directions are very clear, I hope. And if not, you please feel free to call our project manager so that they can clearly help you clarify the questions so that your client can make these corrections in advance.
And I do have one question, if that is okay. I've been receiving text messages from my client right now. He said he can put 3 green trees on each side of the building, if that would be sufficient for a landscaping plan. I didn't know if there were any type of specific regulations that the city.
Mr. Consigliere, the 3 green trees that are going to be provided on each side, one side is hardscape, the other side has earth. So putting planting where the earth is going to be very easy, but putting planting where the hardscape is, either the client will have to tear down that hardscape and put in-ground planting, or will have to build up the above grade, which almost always, if not done right, is going to be a failure. So be very careful and think this through before you make that request, because we're giving you an option. Think of an option that works best for your client, not just for the immediate approval grant, but in the long term also. That is that is cost effective, not a burden to your client, and can be responsive.
Okay. And in terms of the enclosure for the garbage, I know years ago they had a enclosure for it, which was asked to be removed, but would it, because the area there is somewhat limited, would an alternate material other than masonry be acceptable? There's, some nice looking corrugated aluminum.
Yes, corrugated metal is another option. We can send you a couple of samples of drawings and material specifications that we have seen in other cases. And you can look through those and can make a decision. Yes, you can use metal. We strongly discourage clients, applicants from using fences because they really don't last. They end up bending because the trash bins, they kind of keep denting it and then they fall apart. So you again, my advice is, if whatever you're looking for, look for something that is at the end is going to last for a long time and without breaking the bank.
I appreciate that. And
in terms of both maintenance, upkeep, and the initial cost, everything put together.
okay, and then in the last point is with the lighting plan, would it help to, indicate where the lights are located, but also submit pictures showing how all the lights on the building point downward?
Yeah, wherever the lights are, if you show photographs and match it with the plan, that's even better. Because oftentimes, I think in these kind of structures, I've noticed there are exterior lights that are just more or less pointing down, and or at most you may have to put a little bit of shield that is along the residential lot lines to make sure that the light doesn't cast into the residential lot line. And sometimes these lights are turned off after the business is closed. And if that is the case, you should clarify that in your statement.
Okay, perfect. Yes, we will address these issues. And then my client just texted me that he was thinking of concrete blocks for the enclosure instead of corrugated metal. So maybe that would be a good alternative because the concrete blocks wouldn't get damaged by, bins slamming
I'm
against.
sorry, can I
No.
jump in here for a sec?
Yeah, of course. Go
Yes,
ahead.
Mr.
Please
Jamal.
identify yourself for the record, though.
Okay, I'm going to
Yes,
identify Mr. Jamal.
it's
Please.
Majed Al Jamal,
ahead.
property owner, 1135 East 222. Yeah, basically I was saying I could put, he misunderstood me on the text. Basically what I was saying is I could put like a small concrete wall and fill it in with dirt for the trees on the right side of the building where there is no landscaping. And for the fence, I was thinking like PVC or something like that, or a metal fence, but I could look at the samples when you send them. But mostly I was concerned about the landscaping, either the flower pots or to put like a concrete block from wherever you tell us to, and fill it in with dirt and add some green trees in there or whatever flowers you recommend.
So are you proposing to do landscaping on both sides or just one side?
The other side has landscaping, so like you said, there's dirt, there's earth, so we could just put the trees in there, and if we need to add dirt or whatever, we can do that. So I'll put like
It needs a
know,
lot of cleaning up and sprucing because right now it's.
right. We did take care of it, and we will send you updated pictures as soon as possible. And I'm glad that you're giving us a project manager that we could deal with, and we could, forward everything to. So for the next meeting, you could see the 150% change. Everything is going to be to your expectations and higher, hopefully.
So on the Eastchester frontage, you're proposing to provide like a concrete planting bed.
Right. I'm thinking that's the best way, and it's solid. It's not going to move. It'll hold the dirt in place, hold whatever we're going to plant in there in place.
The trash enclosure.
Unless you want, just regular nice big planters, whatever you recommend, we're willing to do. We're here to make sure that, we abide by regulation.
Mr. Jamal, we were not sure. We have often seen if the depth of the planting bed is inadequate, then plants tend to suffer.
I understand.
I
Right?
believe
Right.
it maybe so cut that portion of the existing slab within that planter footprint. So he can like implant it as deep as he wants.
Okay, so yeah, it's not very clear to me what you're proposing. If you're.
What I'm proposing is to get a line of concrete blocks where that garbage can area is, that side where you're saying there is no landscaping at all. Fill it in with dirt and then add whatever kind of landscaping you request, whether it's flowers, whether it's putting those green trees, anything like that.
How wide and how deep do you foresee this planting bed?
The concrete block is usually about a foot high. So, if you want it higher than that, we could go higher.
Mr. Jamal, that's not going to be enough. We have typically seen, you need a minimum depth of about 4 feet for a planting bed to be,
If you want trees,
if you want
Yeah.
trees.
You
but
can
if you
do-
want shrubs, 2 feet,
18 inches to 2 feet.
Yeah. So, well, that's what I'm saying. Whatever, we could talk to the guy that you're going to put us in contact with. If you're
You have an
4
architect?
feet, we'll do the 4 feet. It's fine.
A landscaping.
So it'll be, but I'm thinking landscaping, I thought you wanted lower, but if you want it higher, we have no problem. It's just,
Only thing, what I would suggest, whatever you're planting, make sure it will last. And I don't think that area, that particular section of Eastchester gets a lot of light. It's in the shade of the existing building. So keep that in mind also. So whatever you're going to plant has to be shade resistant, and it can live there, because I don't want you to have to keep changing plants so that you remain compliant. I don't want to force a
yeah, I was thinking of like putting the evergreens, the evergreens,
Like arborvitae or?
those straight green trees, like a small Christmas tree like that. I call them evergreens. I don't know if there's any other name for it.
Okay.
May I just say something? Because I believe he's confused. Mr. Majid,
Yes,
you go either two options. If you want to go
Yes.
planting while you're not removing the bed, the existing slab or the existing pavement, you would need to make it tall enough, deep enough, in order for the planting to survive. If you want
Right, so,
just one,
yeah, go-
let me just finish. You want to make it one lift of block, just like you're putting a curb or something around the planting, you will need to so cut the existing hardscape and plant in ground.
What is proposed?
Whatever you want to go it's up to you. If you want to consult a landscape architect or so, it's up to you. But if you want to do it yourself, these are like the two options that you could pick one of them. Is that clear?
very clear, yes. So you need about 18 inches down with dirt. So it will be at least 2 blocks, or dig down first before you put the block, so you can have enough room for it to breathe and to put enough soil in there. Very clear, yes.
Commissioner Yoon, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, while we're talking about this, I would like to go through. So I think that, as Mr. Conswagger said, you're still waiting for the survey to indicate where the lot line is on the site. I'm pulling up the existing plan where you can see the shape of the site, and you have these triangular areas that used to be planted, right? And so when you look at the photographs, of course, this is the triangle on the East 222nd Street side, and you can see how it comes to a point. So when you look here, it seems to me like your dumpster and this clothing bin are definitely not within your property line. So I think finding the meets and bounds of your property line and where you have the opportunity to actually plant is going to be very important before you start making the improvements. I am concerned, the proposal for a trash enclosure, I was concerned that there may not be enough space here. When you think about the actual, potentially it's along this cold joint here. So I think it's going to be really key for you to understand the extent of your site and then to
Right.
propose improvements.
But in
Yeah.
any event, that the trash does need to be addressed. And while I heard you said you suggested a PVC for the trash enclosure, I think I prefer the other suggestion of a metal trash enclosure on the opposite. But in any event, we need to find a way to ensure that regardless of your meets and bounds, we have to find a way to ensure that trash enclosure
Yeah,
does not become an
right.
issue for the neighbors.
Right, as soon as we get the survey, then we could know which way to go. As far as the planters, I don't know who had made a comment on that. We're gonna put it directly against the wall, so we shouldn't have an issue because it's directly on our wall. So we're not going out to the street, we're going directly on the wall.
Okay.
I just, the screen that is being shared by Commissioner Yoon shows there are these 2 doors along that wall facing Eastchester. Harry, will even planting be possible so close to the door? It looks like it's a gate.
It's a window, I believe.
It's a window? or a
Yeah,
gate?
if
It's
you
a,
see, it's
oh,
not
it's a window.
extending
I
all
thought it
the
was
way
a
down.
loading.
It's a loading dock,
I
no?
thought it was
It's a
dock.
loading dock, yeah.
No, that was just regular windows that are closed in with a gate. It's not a loading dock or
see.
anything, no.
Okay.
Okay, so I think Commissioner Yoon's point is well taken. Do wait for the survey to see exactly where your meets and bounds are. And then based on that, decide on where the bollards are going to be placed, where the landscape area, if that's what you're proposing, then where the landscape wall, that is at least either 4 foot high for a tree or a minimum 2 foot high from the grade for shrubs to be located in that triangulated portion abutting the building. That still leaves the question of the trash bin. The trash bin cannot be sitting outside the building. It has to be then contained within the building at all hours. So you then need to identify in your plan where the trash bin is going to be located all throughout during business operation and after business hours.
So what we can do, yes, we can get a smaller container and bring it in the building at night, if that serves the purpose. Because there's not too much garbage that usually comes out of there. So we could get a smaller container and wheel it in and out every night.
So you will have smaller containers contained within the building at all hours?
Yes, yes. When they pick up the garbage, we bring it out the night that they pick up the garbage.
Okay.
I
Are
think
we
that's all our notes.
asking them to give us the survey or because?
Well, it seems the applicant has asked for the survey, and a lot of the decision with regards to the placement of the bollards and the landscaping is dependent on the survey. So we will then have to wait for it for the drawings to be revised and review it. So we still have to go for one more round of review based on this.
Right. And I was gonna just add one more thing. If we do put the bollards, now we have cars in the front lane and the back lane, one side of each chest, one side. If they put a bollard, that means the car cannot come out. So it's weird, like,
so this is
maybe
the
we need to
question.
look at that.
So Mr. Jamal, when I was reviewing the plan, there are these curb cuts. There are 4 curb cuts altogether, 2 along East Chester and 2 along East 222nd Street. The 2 curb
Right.
cuts that is closest to the intersection, the triangular, they seem very unrealistic as a possible way of maneuvering of cars, because you also have a bus stop right at the intersection of East Chester and 222nd Street with people waiting at the bus stop. So I'm not sure to what extent that is possible. And you have in your maneuverability plan, in your proposal, it seems all the maneuverability was going to happen from the curb cuts that is located away from the intersection. And so with that assumption, and that is your current operation, I had even asked that those 2 curb cuts at the corner be even closed, because you don't need it for the operation. And therefore, based again on your proposed plan, you're not using the curb cuts at the intersection, and therefore the bollards are being recommended to contain those vehicles at the corner, because that's where you have most of the problems.
Mhm. All right, we'll look into it, yes, and look it up again and add another study and show you, because from whenever we're at the property, we notice most of the people do enter when they're coming down 222nd from the first entrance on the right.
If they're coming northbound on East 222nd Street.
I don't know if that's east or west, not north and south. That's the
Okay, so if they're
Well,
coming
it's a-
towards your building, if
towards my building, yeah, on the right side, they usually come in that first entrance. So, like I said, it's been existing ever since we got the property.
so you need to look at your business operation and propose your vehicular egress and ingress. And then based on that, where your vehicles can be parked. Because if
Right.
that intersection, if the curb cut the closest to the intersection on East 222nd Street is being used as an entrance, then you cannot park any of your vehicles there. Then your number of parking spaces for 10 becomes even less.
Right.
Because your amount of
Right.
parking area becomes even limited. So it is a balancing act of providing 10 parking spaces on site and your maneuverability. So you need to look at your business operation practice and see how you can contain both of them, or the total number of
All
parking
right.
spaces maybe need to be reduced from 10 for you to accommodate.
Okay, and would I be able to can we discuss that with the project manager, or should we discuss it now, or how does that work?
Project
You
manager.
should
Because obviously we would definitely want the driveway open. It's a necessity.
This is all predicated on.
So
this.
that's,
Yeah, but it is predicated on the survey, so we
Yeah.
should probably move on to
Yeah.
the next case and wait till they return with their survey and have a better understanding of what's going on.
I just have 2 more
right,
things.
Sorry,
right.
Yoon has a couple of questions.
I think, and just on this topic before we leave, we're obviously trying to prevent cars from driving on the sidewalk because if they come in that curb and you have cars parked there, then they're going to drive on the sidewalk to get to where they need to go. And we're trying to avoid that. So that's
Right.
important to document in your maneuverability plan. It seems like the community board met, and maybe by the sound of the email from Mr. Consuegra, it was not positive, but I don't think we've gotten a report yet.
Mr. Torres is in the room, so.
Okay,
Come
okay,
back.
we'll hear from them later. I apologize also to Mr. Consuegra because you were here last time, so I apologize for my statement earlier. It was the rest of the team that wasn't here before. So I take that back. And then I think that's it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, do we want to?
Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, let's then go to the public. I believe we have the district manager.
Right, so the case we're currently discussing is 31953 BZ, 1135 East 22nd Street, the Bronx. Should you wish to discuss, please call in 646-558-8656. You have the screen, Jello? Thank you. Sorry, because I don't have that full information here. Enter the webinar ID number 896-0386-0326 and press the pound sign. Once you're in, you press, at the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. So Mr. Torres is there. So let's Mr. Torres in. Mr. Torres, can you unmute, please?
Yes.
Mr. Torres is from the community board.
Go ahead, Mr. Torres.
Go ahead,
Good
Mr.
after-
Torres. please speak.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, thank you for allowing me to attend. Hold on. I can't put on my camera.
Identify yourself or as your status, you're the district manager, correct?
That is correct. My name is George Torres. I'm the district manager for Community Board 12 in the Northeast Bronx. This application is before our community board, has been for quite some time.
Go ahead, Mr. Torres.
So I just wanted to, I've been homesick actually, and I apologize for my appearance and maybe my voice. And I say this only to say that this is important, which is why I'm here and which is why I'm attending. I was diagnosed with cancer earlier this year. I'm recovering from from surgery where they removed my right kidney. But I made it important because last night at 2:41 a.m., we received an email from the applicant where he said some really hurtful things, I guess, as a community board. And I wanted to be here to demonstrate that this is the process that BSA puts before us, and the community board plays an important role within that process. And part of that process and part of the role, and it may be, you know, maybe Mr. Consuegra doesn't understand the role that the community board plays in this process, but I felt it important. We first received this application, if memory recalls, back in 2020, where BSA sent it to us. We were notified, I want to say in November of 2022, that they were coming back and that we never heard from them. We had given them the opportunities to present to the community board all those times, and they never came. And even when we did, we worked with your staff, with the BSA staff, the project manager, Vinroy Bell, and they never came. This is the first time that I've heard the voice of the owner of the company, because previously he had the shop manager, and before that he had his nephew on at the last BSA hearing, which I also attended, which I got cut off from, even though I was traveling to pick up my son from college in CUNY. And I was cut off because of the mountains and going up there to pick him up. So my technology did not work for me. But again, I say all this because I have respect for this process, and it is important, and we all have to participate. So I do hope that there are other people from the public that are going to be speaking. I wanted to address some of the points that Mr. Consuegra made in the email this morning. And for example, that he may not be familiar, but part of our role, one of our 3 roles as a community board, is to deal or to act as sort of an ombudsman for the community. People make complaints to the 311 system. They make a lot of complaints. Barbecuing, one of the issues that Mr. Consuegra addressed, noise, another one, the parking on the street. the blocking of the sidewalk. And what happens is that when city agencies like the NYPD or the buildings department are not swift enough, they often call 311 reportedly, which then they refer those complaints to the community board because maybe we have a little more of a personal touch. We know who the precinct commander is. We know who the superintendent from the sanitation department is, and we can call and contact them directly. So to be fair to Mr. Consuegra, that is the role that we play, and we take that seriously. So when constituents make complaints to us, we make those complaints to the agencies and we try to work with them. So this is not personal. It's just our job. The second point I'd like to be aware, well, I made the second point, which was all the time that this applicant had to present before the community board. And it is only now, sort of in the last seconds of this process, that they were coming. The last time I attended the hearing was, like I said, I was traveling upstate to pick up my son from college. And I was really encouraged by the BSA board, the commissioners, because you sort of threw the gauntlet down and you recognize that this owner has been a bad neighbor for many, many years. We've had complaints, and they've all the people who made complaints, some of them were generated by the community board, but most of them were generated by people who live on East 222nd or on East Chester Road. And again, they've made these complaints because, and the NYPD did go and respond to many of these complaints. The buildings department went out, issued violations. None of them have been addressed. They've all been to ECB, adjudicated by the oath. No violations have been paid and not addressed. So that's why I say it's a little discouraging, because today I hear the tone. I mean, I know that's probably part of the process, is that you have to give the guy a fair shake. But this guy is not given the owner of this community of this property is not given the community a sort of fair shake, because he's not addressed any of the complaints that that have been leveled against his business properly through 311. And the final thing I'll say is that, again, it's not personal. It's just that this is the way the process works. We will not, as a community, get another bite out of this apple for another 10 years. That's what's before this board. So we have to get it right now. I don't know if I don't want to speak for the councilman's office. The councilman wrote a very articulate letter, addressing this issue. And to be fair to the applicant, I will say that it was just our land use committee. We met last week, Monday. The vote was unanimous. We did not vote to favor it, but we don't meet as a full board until April 27th, which is this coming Thursday. So you will not get the full board's recommendation, which is why we have, I personally have not written a letter to BSA like I have on other applications, because we have not voted and spoken as one board yet on this application. But to be fair to the board, we've had ample opportunity, and we've given ample opportunity to this applicant, to Mr. Consuegra, to the owner, and they've never come before the board. Mr. Consuegra came to the full board last Monday. The previous time prior to that, he missed the meeting. And again, when he first reached out to us back in 2020, they basically ghosted us for 2 years. So, this is the only opportunity that we have to get it right. And I just hope that we really take advantage of that. But that's all I really have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Torres, and I wish you a very healthy recovery.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other?
I believe, there's no one else with their hands up, but I believe, is Ms. Green? Ms. Green is part of the community board. I don't know. She hasn't ever. Oh, okay. Ursula does. Okay, thank you.
So is Ms. Green?
Ursula Green is from the community board. You want to unmute? Sorry. Unmute Ms. Green. I'll allow you in. Can you hear us, Ms. Green? I'll let her in.
Okay.
Ms. Green?
We have a lot of items on the agenda. So what I'm going to request is for Ms. Green to send a letter, and we will review it. We read every letter that is sent to the board. So in the interest of time, I'm going to make that request. And to Mr. Torres's point, I think it is in the best interest of the applicant, the client especially, to maintain a good neighborly relationship with the community board and with the community. Because a lot of the questions and comments that are being raised out of frustration. And if those were addressed in advance, we wouldn't be here on a second hearing. We would have been almost done. And we do take community boards' views on these matters seriously because they are at the end eyes and ears on the ground, and they are monitoring these sites and live through these or live around these sites and are much more aware of the daily operations. So we appreciate all the feedback, Mr. Torres, you have given and your team has given, and we are we are listening to those comments, and this is just a second hearing, and while I don't want to prolong the agony for anybody, I do also want these to be addressed so that we can get to a site which is much more respectful of its neighbors. Okay.
There was no one else.
All right.
No one else has
again,
their hands up.
no other hands up. Okay, so we are going to, this is for both Mr. Torres and for Mr. Jamal and Consuegra. This is going to be continued, but can you tell me, Mr. Consuegra, when you expect the survey? Because it's dependent on the survey.
We have very soon, because we've received the preliminary survey from the surveying company, but their statement was that they were looking for the records, the meet and bounds records. They were having a hard time finding it, like I think the city attorney had mentioned in the last meeting, and that there was not a record of it. And so I hope to have it in the next, ideally it would have been done by today. I have not been able to hear from them, so hopefully we can get this survey and then any corresponding. If there are issues with the lot line, hopefully we can get some actual proof showing that maybe the understanding, because visually don't
go by visual, because I
No.
don't know what is throwing you off, but don't go by the visual. And I can, so don't go by the visual, please.
Yeah, that's why we're trying to get proof, because visually the lot extends to equal the residential neighbors next door, but we need to have proof one way or the other whether that's true or not.
Yeah, I can pretty much tell you what we have in the plans from the past so many decades is the survey, but you should definitely, it is in your right to get the survey and confirm the meets and bounds. And so based on the meets and bounds, you need to figure out how long it will take you to make these decisions, business decisions, and then make these changes on the plan, and then come up with a plan of action to execute them, and so that we can proceed accordingly. So I'm not going to set a date now. I think this is a little bit of a iterative process you're going to have with Mr. Bell. So let us know. But please don't delay this anymore, because we really don't want this problem to fester. We want this. Thank you. Thank you, Jamal, and thank you, Mr. Torres, for attending, and appreciate everybody's feedback. Thank you.
Okay, next item is item number 17, 36487 BZ, 1719 Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn. This is Lexus Lendesman.
I think this is 1710 Flatbush.
What did I say?
1719. I think.
Oh,
this is
okay.
This is the one that has a typo maybe in
Okay,
our line.
1710, 1720 Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn. Ms. Landesman, please unmute so I may swear you in. And please pause your video. Join as panelist. Thank you. Thank you, Alexia. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, please raise your right hand.
I'm not the only one who's joining right now. We should have the daughter of the owner and who's currently managing the site. She should be in the waiting room as well. Her name is Claudette Dussault.
What's her name?
I just
Yes.
Claudette, the city, the
I
side.
think, right.
Yeah.
And then I believe the architect is also going to be in the room. I think his name is Michael Michael Just.
Just, okay, I put him in. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Just and Ms. Dussault, do you want to mute, please? And join us as panelists, please, video, if you can. So I can swear you in, and we can move this along. Can you unmute? Videos at the bottom of your computer screen.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Just. You know what? Claudette?
No, it's not.
How do you mute from your phone? I think it's
Is she calling in from her phone?
she might be. I'm not sure.
I don't see a telephone, I see a
Don't
name.
leave anything, you know.
Can we move on with just you, Ms. Landsman and the architect? Is that fine, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Sure. I believe she's raising her hand. Yes, but I wanted her to speak to, the activity on the site. Have an opportunity to discuss with the board. So we can, get to the bottom of this and make sure everyone's on the same page. So we can be sworn in, but I would like her to participate.
Yeah, she needs to respond to most of the comments.
Unmute. If she unmutes, that would be great.
Right. Claudette, hold on. May I call her on her phone? Bear with me one moment.
She's
You could swear me in while we're waiting.
Let's just. What, to unmute is *6. If you're calling on the phone, it's *6 to unmute. Yes.
Okay, so I believe it's to unmute *6.
Well, I didn't realize she was calling on the phone because the telephone number.
I'm not sure. It shows that she's on. I mean, she's here. She didn't answer her phone, so I'm not sure if she's using her phone or not. But I guess we can be sworn in. And I can speak to some of the things she had told me when I relayed the comments to her from the executive. And
Okay,
hopefully,
so you and Mr. Just, can you please raise your right hands? To affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond nicely to board member questions.
I do.
yes, I do.
Okay, please identify yourself for the record and proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexia Landisman on behalf of the applicant from Sheldon LaBelle PC. I'm accompanied by Michael Just, the architect on this matter, and Claudette Dussault, who is the daughter of the owner, but who is also managing the site currently. So we have attended the executive session. We have heard the board's comments. The first one is with regards to the signage. And so I wanted to have Michael speak to that. I believe Commissioner Yoon, you had said that the plans are notated to be 12 feet is where the sign is. Michael.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, please.
On A, it's Michael Just and Just Architecture. A001.01 dated 4/16/23 shows a note to provide a sign stating no parking on sidewalk at 7 feet above the grade to the bottom of the sign on the building, and also along the pylon sign at the corner of Flatbush and East 34th.
Okay, I appreciate that note. However, the photos definitely show that the signage that's on the pylon is well above 7 feet. It's probably somewhere up there, 16 foot or 18 foot high. So
we're happy to lower the sign. And I believe that there is a sign on the other side, which we can take a photo and submit to you.
Yeah, that was not submitted.
Happy to do that.
And just
And
the elevation, existing
And that's
illuminated sign
Commissioner Yoon
elevation.
speaking.
Yes, sorry. On A008, there's an elevation with a sign, shows the parking sign. And it's not dimensioned, but based on just proportion, it looks like it's 12 feet high.
A005.01.
A008.01. It's being shared on the screen right now also.
Right, that is the sign on the pylon sign, but there's a sign on the building on A005.01 that indicates 7 feet above grade.
And I think this is shared Chanda. And the sign that Commissioner Yoon was referring to is the sign that's shown on 008.01, which shows that no parking sign, and it's definitely well above 7 foot.
And that one's on the pylon sign, correct?
Yeah, and so that also needs to be dimensioned as 7 foot high from the lot and needs to be brought down.
Okay. No
yep, and we'll have it lowered as well, just to be more on eyeline site, to deter people from parking on the sidewalk. There was another comment made at the executive session with regards to the compliance officer visiting the site and noticing that there was still parked cars on the sidewalk. It's my understanding that the cars that are being parked on the sidewalk are not cars that belong to the shop, that are not seeking work. They're actually neighbors.
That is,
However,
I'm just going to stop you right there because you haven't seen the photos. So in all fairness, you do not know what we are referring to. We will share with you the compliance officer's photos so that you know exactly, because the photos that are taken by our compliance officer, those were parked partially within your property and partially on the sidewalk. That's why we are saying that it is very much part of your business operation. So please look through those before you make any statement.
Understood. Okay. Are those going to be shared? I don't know if Claudette is.
Our project manager will, please, a note to the project manager, anytime a compliance report is provided, please share that with the applicant also. This is going forward with all projects. In all fairness, you need to know what we noticed also, so that you can come prepared to respond at the hearing.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed. Sorry.
I don't see the, is the screen being shared with the photos? Because I'm not.
I mean, I don't know if you want to see what we saw.
Well, I wanted Claudette to speak to what's going on the site. She can obviously speak to it better than I can, but it's my understanding that there were cars that were recently towed. And so after last hearing, Claudette has been managing the site and had started to, make efforts to tow the cars and to warn neighbors to not park there. And she wanted to know when the compliance officer visited the site, because she now, has been taking over and is making efforts to decrease, movement on the sidewalk. And it's obviously going to take some time to adjust, but she's making efforts to do so.
Ms. Landesman, Ms. Prenga just shared the screen, which shows the vehicle that is parked straddling on the sidewalk and the property. And that was taken on April 6th. It was after the improvements that were made by your client. You can see the bollards in place. So it was after the improvements that were made. So there are still outstanding issues. And as Commissioner Otley Brown pointed out in that same photo, there is a vehicle with a hood open, and that shows that the work is being done. Again, these are not in compliance with the conditions of the prior grants. And those need to be addressed.
Yep.
It's another vehicle that is on the other side of the street, where there's a gentleman standing by the car, and that seems to be also on the sidewalk. So,
right.
I know I appreciate the fact that efforts are being made, but it is a continuous daily operation. It's not like once a year kind of, or once a year kind of operation.
Yep. Also, with regards to the cones, that has since been removed. That was only to stop cars from parking while they were installing the sign right above. That has been removed, and the sign will be lowered as well. But I don't know if Claudette is listening, but I hope that we can get these photos sent to us so I can forward them to her and so she can monitor it and make efforts to keep the site in compliance. And as far as moving forward, there is the only thing we really can provide at this point is revised plans that showcase the signage that has been added and lowered, and just, my client to monitor the site and to keep it in compliance. I am hoping that we can, I don't know how you'd like to proceed. We'd like to close. So on the condition that we keep the site in compliance up until the next hearing, but obviously we'd like to hear your thoughts.
When the sites are maintained in good condition, we do go through them very quickly. Unfortunately, this is not one of those sites, and we have seen this problem occur on this site. I have been on this board enough, not as long as Commissioner Otley-Brown, but for the duration of the time that I've been on this board, I've seen this site already, counting this one twice, and the same persisting problem has been there. So I am not at all inclined to close this until it gets resolved. And like I said, we are going to put it on a short leash regardless, because we are not getting the sense of commitment from the property owner or the operator. And therefore, we need to make sure that the applicant recognizes that and responds to it. And if after 5 years, they're all behaving well and it's all in compliance, the future board may consider extending it for 10 years. But at this point, none of us feel that level of satisfaction to grant even a close.
So at this point, I'm going to relay this to our client and to make sure that they hear you and they make efforts to resolve and bring the site to compliance. With regards to the term of the grant, I will say that it is a very small business. It's been operating, for a long time. The 5 years to come back and to do this is a huge financial, burden on a client. So we're hoping that we can bring this to compliance and show you that we can keep this site, in order, and hopefully at the next hearing, we could revisit that conversation.
So one of the questions, the operational plan that has been provided, it seems to be not consistent with the typical business practices we have, and that's regarding the trash enclosure. The trash enclosure, it seems it has to be out there because every day there's a pickup. And just the previous application was also for a similar auto repair thing. And in that they're not doing, and we have heard this, there is not a daily pickup and drop off. So that needs to be responded to.
Yes, and Claudette did want to bring that up today. I don't know the details as far as the trash pickup. I want her to clarify that. However, she did say that there is very little space in the shop inside to fit a garbage enclosure, and so she was hoping to discuss with you to revise that in a way that is appropriate, to have the trash somewhere, a dedicated space outside to keep this trash can, because it's becoming, it's not feasible for her to keep it inside.
One of the, I'm just looking at there's a triangular portion which says existing garbage dumpster in the building. If I'm looking at the garage floor plan construction, and it's in the triangular portion, that's where the plan shows located, and it is away from the auto repair part, lifts. It seems to be in a portion of the area where probably are elements of store, maybe,
Well, I can have her discuss with the architect as far as space wise. She knows what goes on in her shop. And then if we can submit like a potential revision of where the trash can should be, can we maybe submit that to the board and we can discuss that at the next hearing?
Commissioner Otley-Brown, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I just want to say that this trash bin issue has been revisited on several occasions as this has come before us. And it's actually one of your conditions of compliance from your previous grant in 2015. So clearly that's an issue for the board, and leaving it outside is just not.
Okay, I will relay that.
We just heard from another client, they're proposing to get smaller containers so that those can be tucked away within the location. Maybe that's an option to be considered for your site, because you're very similarly situated in terms of an irregular site with, so you may look at that option. If that helps you store your containers. And again, we don't know how often the overhaul of the trash container is, the pickup is, that's not clear from the operational plan. You need to give us a clear timeline. And so those are various options to.
And it's, I think the board is being quite reasonable, because the board insists that trash be held in an enclosure when it's outside. But we're understanding the shape and configuration of your lot makes that very difficult to achieve. So in allowing you the freedom to store it somewhere within the building, to us is giving you a break, and it should be acknowledged.
I'll discuss with my client and we'll follow up with you at the next hearing. As far as the smaller bins, I can't speak to her operational, like the facility and how she operates and how much trash she gets. And so I can't answer that right now, but I will follow up with her.
So I cannot give you a timeline right now. I think you need to go back to your client and discuss and make further changes and improvements to the site, and then revise the plan, and our project manager will get back to you with a date. I think definitely May is not possible, maybe June, but I don't have the schedule in front of me, so I apologize. I cannot give you a commitment.
I appreciate the board's time on this, and I will relay this all to my client unless she's hearing this. We will make all our efforts to bring the site into compliance. So until the next hearing, if the compliance officer stops by, hopefully that they will be pleasantly surprised at the site.
We make surprise visits.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 36487BZ 1720 Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please call in 646-558-8656. You will be prompted to put in the webinar ID number 896-0386-0326 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to raise your hand to speak, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss this matter. Doesn't show on this one. Ooh. So much louder in here.
All right, nobody called in. We will get back to you and identify a date for the next.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
for
Thank you all for participating.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 18-804BZ 7815 Parsons Boulevard, Queens. Please unmute and join as panelists, Mr. Dale. Is there anyone with you, Mr. Dale?
It is just me today.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm. Thank you.
State your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Dale. I'm here on behalf of this application 8-04-BZ. I did listen to a review session and heard the board's comments. I'll briefly respond to the items now and also set up a list of issues to be addressed in a subsequent written response. In no particular order, some of the questions that came up were, Chair, I believe you raised a question regarding the existing elevator. Right now, it is proposed to maintain that existing elevator and have the new elevator. I will clarify and we'll clarify in updated plans. The new elevator would be ADA compliant, and as I believe it is shown on the plans as such. The existing elevator, I believe at the lowest level, there may be stairs. So it wouldn't be fully ADA compliant, but the entire new proposed building would bring the entire proposed development into ADA compliance. One thing I would note with respect to ADA compliance is that because the existing house of worship building that's being converted is 2 stories, but it's a basement and a first floor, there is a ramp, and I think it's shown on the plans, but you'll see at the 2 lowest levels, there's a downward sloping ramp from the existing school building into the new proposed enlargement, but it's indicated as such on the plan, so there would be a slight ramp that would make it ADA compliant at those levels, but it is indicated on the plan and marked as such. There was a question regarding sections. I was looking through the plans, and it does look like we do have sections, but they're both longitudinal sections that show the area as if you were facing it from Parsons Boulevard. I do not see one facing from the side street, so we can definitely add that section in to help provide some clarity as far as the levels and the floors that are there. I'll get back to sections later. Commissioner Yoon had a point regarding the gymnasium, but I'll save that for the end. With respect to the existing greenery that is to the east of the site, we can review the site plan and perhaps provide some clarity as to what greenery we're seeking to maintain. The goal would be to maintain as much of it as possible within the footprint of the lot. With respect to the roof, we will add more detail to the roof plan, including what the existing fence material is. We'll make it a little clearer as far as the use of the roof. There is no activity that's proposed on the roof of the new enlargement. There is the existing play area that's proposed to be maintained, but we're not expanding that play area. But we'll make that clear on the plan, and we will also include the board standard note regarding no sound amplification on the roof.
So I'm sorry, you're not using the roof as a play area?
No, it is a play area. It's an existing play area on the roof over the existing school building. The new floor area or the new section of the roof when we get the 2-story enlargement of the community facility building, that portion of the roof will not be accessible. It'll be only accessible for mechanical use or maintenance. So the play area, in short, the play area is being maintained and not expanded, but we'll make sure that it's clear on the roof plan.
I have a question. Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I just said thank you.
Okay. I have a question. I actually, when I looked at the roof plan, because the fence is extending for the entirety of the roof, including the existing and the proposed, I was of the assumption that the entirety of the roof was going to be used as a play area. If that is not the case, then why does the fencing have to extend all the way to the new enlarged area? Why can't it be contained to where the existing is?
That's a good point. I will get clarification for you in our next submission and make that clear.
Commissioner Otley Brown has a question.
Also, your new stair number 1 has a large entrance onto that portion of the new roof that you say is not going to be a play area.
You are correct. I'll see that. I will get clarification. That was communicated, maybe the plan was not to use that area, but if it is proposed to be used as an area, I think the short answer is we'll get, yes, I see what you're pointing out there. I'll get clarification on that. And confirm what's listed as far as its proposed use. If we are proposing it to be an expanded play area, we'll note it appropriately with all of the various fence and sound notes. If not, we can adjust the space. I wonder if there would be actually a fence sort of allowing access from that new stair just to go to the existing area. And maybe there needs to be like an additional fence there or a change of the fence construction so that, you know, perhaps where you're showing there would be an L-shaped fence so that the stair and the elevator could go to the existing area. So there might be a slight increase of area. But in short, I'll get clarification for you. Okay?
Because that changes the whole noise analysis also.
100%, yeah. Just to speak to that, this was mentioned briefly during review session. There was a tech memo that was requested in the notice of comments, time to get a consultant, but a consultant was retained. The draft tech memo, I literally received an initial draft of it during the hearing today. So we'll review that and we'll make sure that we get a tech memo submitted with our next submission. And that'll include any noise analysis with respect to the roof or the development as a whole. Chair, you brought up a point about the shading of the waivers on floor plans and sections. And I just wanted to get a little clarification on that because we can amend or revise the plans as needed. I guess I'm not quite sure. I mean,
so there are three
to
things.
be simple, I was just sorry, go ahead.
So there are three things. So there's the existing non-complying church building. There is the existing school building that was granted a variance. And now there's the proposed one. So there are three demarcations that need to be shown. One is where the area of variance that was granted for the existing 4-story school building in terms of yards and building heights. Then for the existing church, the question is where is the existing area of non-compliance with regards to the zoning regulations today, with regards to yards and building heights and street wall heights, and then superimpose on that the proposed area. So then the reason I'm saying that is there is already, you have the church is already encroaching on the yards, right, on the front yard. So there's already an existing non-complying yard situation. So you're basically building on top of it and extending it partially, because if it's not a sloped roof, it is being extended out a little bit. And then that adds to the question of what is the vertical enlargement that is being encroached upon beyond the street wall height. That needs to be shown through elevations and sections. And then, of course, the rear yard, if there is any additional encroachment with the new building.
Okay.
With coloring?
With coloring, it can be three sets of color. You have the pink, let's say, for the variance, you have the blue for the existing non-compliance, and then a green or yellow, whatever color you pick for the proposed area of encroachment. We can send you a sample. We recently did a school that was enlarging on within an existing building that was already non-complying. And so graphically it was shown where the existing area of non-compliance was and where the proposed waivers are being requested, which is the addition of the existing non-compliance and the additional encroachment. So this way, the actual element of the encroachment of the waiver is much less because it's the existing plus the proposed, and we are mostly looking at what's the proposed, right? Just from a neighborhood context point of view.
So just so I'm understanding is essentially we need something in the plans to basically say what was originally there, what was from the original variance and what we're proposing now, and sort of to delineate those areas. we can't really show a floor area waiver because all floor area
No, no,
that's
no,
being
you don't need to.
proposed
No,
was
I think
being-
it's mostly, yeah, I'm not asking for floor area waiver. It's mostly side yard, front yard, rear yard, building height, street wall heights.
So height and yards, okay.
Those
so
can be
3
visually depicted.
heights and yards. Can I share the screen for a second, just sort of to clarify? I just want to just share this. Let me take a look here. So I think is that, I don't know if that's showing now as far as the screen share. So this plan that we already provided, this zoning area diagram, Z-102, which does highlight, these various areas, something like this, but maybe in color. Or if we color this particular plan, but then also have a corresponding plan like this with one options, is that what you're asking for?
Because he crosshatches it and has a legend above it.
Yeah, so I mean, we did try and do something like that with the legends, but maybe making this color is what you're saying?
Well, whatever is readable, but more importantly, it is important for us to see it at different floor levels also, because right now it's
Okay,
existing and we don't know how much it carries forth on the floors 3, 4, or even 2 for the existing.
because I do know, like on some of the elevations here, we do include the sky exposure plane, which is where the height, this is where the waiver is being requested. I think you made it clear, we've listened to this. We'll work with the architect just to make it.
We'll send you a sample.
Yeah, that's great. All right, so I'll make a note that we'll look for the sample because I think the short is I think that most of the information's there. We'll just make it much clearer.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right.
Commissioner Shutter had a.
I just wanted to say it should be very quick because the model is already in the drawings. All what they need to do is just instead of putting these portal views on like 3 views in one drawing, the architect is gonna take each one and put it maybe on a larger drawing and just double click the hatch, change it to solid, set a color for it. It shouldn't take that much effort because the drawing is already there.
No, I agree, and we can definitely do that. And I will look forward to getting the sample that'll make it easier. We can help mimic that.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Dale.
We'll get back to that in a second. So with respect, I know there was some discussion about the enrollment numbers. I apologize for the numbers, but I believe Commissioner Otley Brown noted that in brief, when this was originally granted, 40 was the expected enrollment. At the time that this was filed, 406 students was the current enrollment. And at the time that this was filed, 425 was the expected enrollment. This was filed late 2021, and it took some time to get the comments in. What we'll do is we'll update all the enrollment figures to make it a little clearer, but I would just say overall, the primary goal of this application was seeking not to expand the enrollment of the school, but just better serve the students that were already there, and that no significant enrollment increase is expected. But we'll update all the enrollment numbers because we now have actually figures for 2020 to 23, and we'll present it as clear for the board to be able to read. And then related to that, we'll review this and just figures are corresponding. There's a question regarding, I didn't see it in the statement, maybe I missed it, but that there may have been a discrepancy between a 1.81 FAR and 1.78 FAR, but we'll review the statement just to make sure that all the figures correspond to the plans and the zoning analysis and double check that. There was also a question, and again, we can clarify this in the statement. I believe it was Commissioner Shetta raised a question regarding the school and the house of worship use in the connection. Just to clarify, and I think we did have it briefly noted in the statement, but we'll make it much clearer. There is no concurrent use proposed. In short, when the school is in operation, the synagogue would not be used by the existing synagogue congregation. The synagogue congregation would just use it during off. Really what helped in large part to facilitate this particular proposed development was that there's a declining population of the existing synagogue and community facility building. they need much space. So there's actually going to be approximately a 3,500 square foot reduction in the community facility use that's dedicated to the house of worship. And, that's what's facilitating this development. But we'll make it very clear that there is no concurrent use of those, the synagogue space proposed. There was a question.
To clarify, what would be the hours when the synagogue will be used during non-school days or non-school period?
Okay, I will do that as far as a better hour breakdown. Okay.
And I guess the question that Commissioner Sheta had was to ensure that there is a separation, physical separation also of
Okay.
the space from the school, so that, and I think that makes sense from your school safety and legal liability point of view. You want to make sure that nobody goes beyond the prayer room. So how are you ensuring that?
We'll get clarity on that, and I'll include that information. There was a question regarding the space. I think it was Commissioner Otley Brown. You raised it up about comparison to other schools in the area. I'll be honest, I'm not sure how much of that information is publicly available, but we can look to find perhaps some of the schools in the area as far as comparison to show that what we are requesting as part of this application is not in excess of what those other schools have for floor area. I'll review. I'll admit I'm not as familiar with the other schools in the area, but we'll see what's publicly available there and see if we can provide some additional information to the board regarding that. And there was a question regarding the violations. I just want to clarify with respect to the violations that there are still the 5 open ECB violations that we would be, should the board be prepared to grant this application, we would agree to any condition that those violations would need to be cleared within a reasonable time frame. Just to clarify for the board, 3 of them are boiler violations, which we believe remain open just administratively. I think the most recent one is like 3 years ago or 4 years ago, but there's no new violations for the boilers. The one regarding the occupancy without a TCO, we obviously could not clear that until this would be granted by the board. In short, just to provide some history, there was a prior architect and professional team that was associated with the school, and in short, didn't finish what they needed to do. So they now have new representation and a new architect who is very familiar with the process and will be able to get that cleared. But the short of it is essentially the prior development team didn't get that done. And then with respect to the fence violation, upon information and belief I think it's like a 8-year-old violation. What I believe would happen is that the fence was shown on the board approved plans. And the best that I can get from available information we have is that perhaps the DOB plans weren't updated to match the board approved plans when that violation was issued. But the reality is that since that is almost a 10-year-old violation, it's kind of hard to trace back what's happening there. But we would get that cleared, in conjunction with any new proposed development, because we would have new board approved plans that would have fence notes, and the fence would be existing or expanded depending on what happens with the roof.
Commissioner Yoon has a question.
Sure.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify because you said that the TCO couldn't be obtained unless this grant was given, but the prior grant would have permitted a TCO of that prior approved construction. So I hear that you're also saying that the team just didn't fail to do it, but I just want to clarify that it seems to me that a TCO would have been able to be obtained based on the approved plans from BSA, which would have then been approved for permit at DOB.
Yes, you are correct. You are correct. But in short, we would get a TCO based on the new approved plans. That's a better way to state it.
Understood.
And Mr. Dale, in your next submission, please do discuss your plan of action with regards to the violations, TCO, and the fence.
Okay, I think that we did include that, but I'll make sure that it's in there again.
Yeah, I think you gave us more information today than it's there in the document. So if you could just.
Okay. So noted. And then the last question, which I'm just hoping to get a little clarification on because we would like to respond to it, was with respect to the gymnasium location. And I was just hoping to get a little bit more clarification, just so I understood the question better, so we could review the plans and perhaps either make changes or explain why a certain design choice was made. I want to share my screen again one more time. And I think this goes to Commissioner Ewan, what you said. I just want to understand it clearly. So I think the question that came up is right now the gym is proposed to be closer to Parsons Boulevard with the renovated synagogue in the rear. And I think there was, I guess I'm not quite sure, are you talking about moving it back more towards where the synagogue space would be in order to change the profile of the building or the street wall? Perhaps you could just give me a little more clarification so I understand better. And maybe if you want me to stop sharing.
No, it's
okay.
fine. I think this plan is helpful. And I'm sure it would have been more helpful if I had some kind of diagram. But basically, if you just flip the synagogue and the gymnasium is the double height space that is the boxy volume that then has a consistent street wall height that is in excess, right? But the existing synagogue profile, the existing building is pitched roof. And so much of that roof is actually below the maximum building height, street wall height, excuse me. So if you were to take the renovated synagogue, which is currently in the back of the site, which is preserving that pitched roof, and you just flipped it with the gymnasium, you would be able to potentially preserve that pitched roof up in the front along Parsons Boulevard and reduce the overall extent of the building that exceeds the maximum street wall height. Does that make sense?
No, you made it clarify. I'll just briefly say a few things now, but we'll include a response in writing just to make it clear. I want to flip to this other page here just to make it clear that this is the side elevation from the side street. And even though the gym is located here, it actually, this extent of this street wall variance is actually just this little triangle right here. It's really, it's almost a pyramid is what's proposed where the maximum height here in the center of the building. So this street wall issue, I think flipping the synagogue and the gym wouldn't actually change the relief as much as you might expect. I think the other thing, the reason the gym is proposed to be located in the front and the synagogue in the rear is that there's this side entrance right here, which could be used to enter the synagogue directly for when it is open for worship hours. And I'm going back to the floor plan here to show that this is where that dedicated entrance here. And I think if you flip the gym and the synagogue, because that's an existing entrance to the building, it gets a little bit more awkward because then you need to switch the entrance for the synagogue, for the school and the gymnasium. And so I think that the entrance in combination with the fact that it really is not a significant change is why the gymnasium is located here. But I'm going to defer to the architect to create a more eloquent response and we'll respond. But we'll also take a look and see if that is something that's feasible too.
Understood. But if you can go back to that elevation sheet.
Sure.
Thank you for sharing.
This one here?
More helpful, yes.
Okay.
You can, if you zoom into the lower elevation, you can see the roof line,
Here.
dashed in, right? So I understand what you're saying that in elevation from the side, it looks like it's a really de minimis change, but it's obviously a pretty big change elevation wise from Parsons Boulevard. That's the only point I was making.
Okay.
But obviously there are other programmatic issues. I understand the entrance arguments, and obviously the chair also mentioned some other concerns about bulk. So just take a look at it and please respond back.
Can
to the
you,
commission.
sorry.
I'm done. Thank you.
I think in response to Commissioner Yoon's comment, I see the argument that is being made, but at the same time, I'm also concerned about the impact of the gymnasium bulk abutting the residential. So if you can also provide a streetscape of that street frontage, I forget whether it's 45th Street or
78th Road.
48th Road?
78.
Oh, 78, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
My bad. 78 Road, just a streetscape so that we can see what the relationship of the existing building is to the existing residential, and if the bulk were to shifted, how would it appear? And also diagrammatically, what you just showed in terms of the encroachment, I think if you move the gym to the rear, the degree of encroachment into the setback line probably is going to be more.
That's a good point.
And I'm just visualizing it. I'm not sure if it is so or not. And you may want to look at that and see if that's a situation.
No, those are great points, and we appreciate the feedback, and we'll provide additional information there and take a look at it. It's always good to take a look at something a second time, but I think for the reasons discussed, I think we'll be able to show why the design choice was made to locate it where it was, but we'll help substantiate that.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Dale.
I was going to say that is the list of items that I have, and if I missed anything, I'm happy to add to it, but I think it was very clear. We appreciate the board's review, and I think we'll be able to respond to these clearly to help answer any of the outstanding questions.
I just have a couple of questions. One was, are you going to retain that beautiful grass lawn area along the existing? Okay, great. Are you going to retain that existing fence?
Okay, with the lawn, what I was going to say is I was going to ask the architects to adjust the site plan, provide more detail about the greenery. I don't know if all of it can be retained, but hopefully much of it can be. I don't know how far the footprint goes, but we'll get clarification on that. And then regarding the fence, I know that there's the wrought iron fence outside the synagogue, and then it switches to the higher fence in front of the school. I would need to, I can't give you the answer right now. We need to talk about this with the school, the architect and the development team as far as what can be done with the fence. I know that the larger, taller fence that was outside the school was there primarily because so much of that space was used for recreational activity, and you don't want a stray ball rolling out to the street, to keep the block. So I think that was part of the reason we had different types of fences and different heights. But the short answer is I'll ask everybody, we'll take a look at it and we'll review the fence and see what we can do as far as providing some consistency or balance between the two.
The front for open area for recreation space?
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Will that frontage of Parsons be continue to be used for open space?
I believe that they still may, the primary recreation was between the two buildings. I believe that during nice days, they may still want to use some that space out in the front for recreation. It also helps with like the, queuing or bringing students into the space. So it will still be used, but the addition of the gymnasium, provides a lot of flexibility for indoor activity.
Just something to keep in mind and see if there's a way to enhance that frontage.
Enhance the frontage. Okay, we're gonna take a look at that fence. All right, so let me make a note here.
That may also soften up the bulk of the gymnasium and the rest.
Okay. Added to our list.
Any other questions or comments for the commissioners? And I had another question that is, and that goes to your enrollment and whether that will result in increased number of school buses. There was a letter of objection, I think we received regarding that. So in your letter document, do need to clarify that whether this will result in an increase in school buses or any other modes of transportation. And that because that does affect the neighborhood character.
Understood. We will clarify the enrollment and we can add an addendum to that about that, but I can state right now on the record that there are no plans proposed to change the current arrival and departure system for the school, which has been in place for over 10 years with no significant issues. And I believe that we noted in the submitted materials and the photographs that is a no standing zone during school hours out front. So it really facilitates ease of departure and arrival for students, but we'll add an addendum to when we clarify the enrollment figures.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, one last comment for me.
Go ahead,
This-
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. The school has this, what looks like a recently installed chain link fence with bend out at the top. It's quite tall based on the street view.
Mhm.
If you can make sure the plans indicate whether that fence is intended to be continuous around the proposed development?
Yes, there's, yeah,
Materials and the height?
we'll get a lot of clarification of fence because over on the east side of the site, we do have that wrought iron fence. And on the west side of the site is the larger chain link with the curved. And I think it was in order to provide some protection for, school activities. We'll get a clarification and add it to the plans details regarding what the proposed fence for the full development will be.
Apologize if that's redundant, but thank you.
No, it's not redundant. We'll make it clear.
All right. There aren't any more questions. Let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 8-04BZ 7815 Parsons Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656 or outside the city limits. Our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 896-0386-0326 and press the pound sign. Once you at the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute in order to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How long do you think it will take for you to make these corrections?
Let me double check here. I don't think, since the tech memo draft was just completed, the one I was wondering about, these plan changes shouldn't take terribly long, and getting answers to these other questions, I think we could submit probably in 3 to 4 weeks, but we could be flexible with the board's calendar as always.
Okay.
But nothing's going to take multiple months.
Do you have any timeline as to when you want this construction to be done to meet the school's enrollment starting?
To be honest, I don't know right now off the top of my head if there is a time. Obviously, sooner is preferred. So, but nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would say if we had a submission date in 3 to 4 weeks, we could definitely make that, but we can be flexible.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Well, I don't have the schedule in front of me, so we will get back to you with the date.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hi, sorry,
Go ahead. Ms.
it's
Benke.
Tracy. Yes, first, so we can also take a look before your full submission.
Understood. I have been conditioned to submit my seeker responses as quickly as possible.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benke. Yes, do let that process start as soon as possible. Okay, it's 1:55 PM, so we have been at this straight from 10 o'clock. So I think a half an hour or a 45-minute lunch break. What?
Half an hour. is okay.
Half an hour? Half an hour lunch break.
Okay, ladies and
Sorry,
gentlemen.
Mr. Dale, you have to wait for half an hour.
That's fine. I will enter your lunch and leave your lunch. There you go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break for 30
2:30.
minutes and return at 2:30.
Yeah.
And return at 2:30. It's freezing. It's so cold.
I didn't bring my lunch, so I'm gonna go run somewhere.
Oh, I have my lunch. Thank God. I'm going to sit here and eat my lunch. Have to share. I'm going to do it again. Hold on. What am I doing? Oops, oops, oops. You're on it, Gary. You can hear me? Why I turn my thing off, my video off.
So one of the problems I'm having is, and it's taking for a long time for the
You think to scroll?
photographs.
Yeah.
Oh, the downloads?
I find it's faster if you download them to your computer, then open it in the download file.
That's what I'm doing. I'm directly taking it from my SSD external hard drive.
And it's still taking. a
It's
long
still
time?
taking that long.
You have an issue with your computer.
Maybe.
This is not a computer that should take that long. You spoke to me about this before.
I know, somehow or the other, I'm having that difficulty. So it's just freezing and my screen is just going into a.
Maybe it's
slump.
a virus or something. You should get it inspected.
I'll ask Carlos.
No, Steve can go in and he can,
Oh, he
if you
can-
share screen with him, he'll go in and
Yeah,
he'll
you can
find you when you go in. the
remotely,
laptops.
like, look into.
Okay,
Yeah, either Carlo or you can email Steve.
okay. And now I have to change my glasses so that I can switch from that view to this view without having to switch to my computer. What do you don't wear glasses when you're not looking at the computer, right?
Sometimes it depends on what I'm doing.
Yeah, so this one I can kind of see you guys hazily,
I only use them
but
for,
I cannot.
I wear them all the time. Mine I wear all the time, even though I'm only nearsighted. I can't see far.
You can,
I can't see that well far, but I found that more and more I can't even see type.
Yeah, I keep them on all the time, and that's
Yeah.
what the worst thing is. That's what the optometrist said, he kept them on all the time, you ruined it.
Uh-oh.
I'm like, wait, listen.
I just got LASIK for my nearsighted.
I know you did LASIK, I'm so.
It's awesome.
Okay.
It's so cool.
God
But
bless
soon
you.
I'm gonna need reading glasses. So.
God bless you, but that won't be me.
For an extension, you may dial it at any time. To enter the last name of the party you wish to reach, press 1. For bill.
What the hell is that?
Your touchtone phone, please enter the name of the party you wish to reach. Last name first. Press star at any time to return to the main menu.
I think you gotta mute
You wanna
Claudette.
take that off?
I
Please?
don't know what's going on.
Yeah, the person isn't muted.
Yeah, I would mute Claudette. Yeah.
Hi, hello.
Yeah, we're not on yet.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Seti, if you're still in the room, we've already discussed your case on Flatbush Avenue. We won't be taking any testimony from you. So you can leave the room. You can submit something in writing with your applicants.
What are we waiting for?
Carlo,
No, he left. He went to a meeting. He said that he turned it on.
So I think we can
and it's
start.
live. And
oh, Jella? Jella's the one who's supposed to,
Jill is in the meeting as well.
oh, she's in the same, that's right, 2:30. I don't know why they're doing meetings during the hearing.
No, we assume we would be done.
Okay. Okay, we're on live?
Yeah.
Okay. We're on back on the record, ladies and gentlemen, the public hearing, April 24th, 2023. The next item up is 88-81BZ 3309 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island. Who's doing the screen? You, Chase?
No, I believe Steve can take the public hearing screen down.
Steve? Let's go, people. Why are they doing meetings right
Do we have Mr. Dale?
I don't see Mr. Dale. My screen is still in public hearing view.
He's in.
Is in?
Mm-hmm.
I can't see. Oh, there he is. Okay, good. Okay, Mr. Dale, let me swear you in. Thank you, Steve. Do you affirm, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm.
Okay.
Todd Dale for the applicant. I did attend review session and heard the questions were raised. I will address them briefly now and follow up in written submission. First, with respect to the parking spaces, we'll ask that the site plan be updated to show 10 spaces rather than 12. I had reached out when they did the new striping of the lot, they changed it to 10 spaces because they rarely needed more than 10, and it also allowed ease of access, better design for the lot. So we will get that changed. And I will also reach out to the owner just to make sure that the planting at the site is in good condition. They do have a lot of screening between them and the adjacent uses. As I had mentioned, I sent a quick message to the project manager, but we'll confirm in writing that there is no like exterior lighting in the parking lot as there would be for a retail establishment, and that it is generally turned off in the evening. The hours that were previously approved by the board and we're requesting no change in those hours are just daytime hours. They were Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 6, Saturday 9 to 5, and Sunday 9 to noon. So the lighting is off at night. The one light that is there, let me clarify, is I believe that there's a light that shines or projects on the new sign in the front yard. That's it. We will change the statement to correct the typo, the reference to the auto use error, which is incorrect. And then just to confirm for the board, we did meet at the land use committee, at which time there was a unanimous recommendation of approval. When I look at Staten Island Community Board 3's calendar, they have their full community board meeting on April 25th. So I would anticipate that they would be prepared to submit a recommendation on the matter after that date. They generally don't ask us, that community board does not ask us to appear at the full board meeting.
Okay.
I wish that was me, but that was not me.
Oh,
MB Alexson.
okay, now it's better. All right, any questions or comments?
Yeah, if the.
Commissioner
revising-
Shetter?
Yeah,
Commissioner Shetter, go
thank you,
ahead.
sorry. Yeah, this is Commissioner Shetter. If you're revising the plans anyway, because of that thin spot discrepancy, if you can just add a note that at all times you will ensure that no noise or lighting will be like transmitted to adjacent residences, that would be helpful too.
Sure, we can add that standard note, the lighting directed away from adjacent uses.
And add some sort of language for the noise as well, because this is a parking, like right next to residential.
Well, but this is just a parking for the customers, I mean, for the, sorry, the office space itself.
Yeah.
It's not a public parking space.
That's true, yeah.
So,
Just in case if a complaint arises in the future and we start talking about fixing it, it wouldn't be an issue.
I'm just comparing it to some of the other projects that we generally have, like where it would be an ambulatory care facility next to a residential. use.
I agree, I agree. We usually do not ask for
Right.
something like that, but.
So
You don't know.
just to clarify, I mean, we can definitely add a lighting note. I'm not sure how to add a noise note. That seems a little,
No, I think lighting is adequate.
okay.
Anything else?
Okay. Anything else? If not, we'll go to the public.
No further questions?
No
Commissioner?
further questions for the commissioners. Let's go to the public then.
Case, the case we're currently discussing is 8881 BZ 3309 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, please call in 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. Do you want to put the screen up? And it is. You'll be asked to enter webinar ID number 896-0386-0326 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this matter, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Mr. Dale, how long do you think it'll take you to fix the drawings?
We could submit very quickly the statement and the plan was, I would say 2 weeks. But again, we can be flexible with the board's calendar.
Do you think you can even add a couple of trees in between? This is the planting season.
Yes, I, since it's been a few months since I've been there, I don't know what trees might need to be added, but I can check on that. So, I mean, if you want to add a little bit more time, just in case some planting is required.
We can do that June.
Sure. So the next appearance in June? We could do that.
I'm assuming, I mean, again, I don't have the calendar. If the earliest we can do is possibly June because the month of May is completely booked.
Understood. So yeah, a hearing in June should give us definitely time to submit the document information, and then we can review the planning and add trees as needed or planting as needed.
Okay. That's great. If everybody's okay with it, I would recommend closing. Okay, so motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 20-575-37 BZ 6093 Flushing Avenue. This is Mr. Kanzada and anyone else. So, Mr. Kanzada, can you join us panelists, please? Can you let him in, please? I already unmuted him. Let him in. Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm here, hello?
Yeah, we haven't gotten
Your video on, please.
we haven't gotten the thing to join as a panelist yet.
Oh, Steve, can you let them in? I clicked on it. What's going on?
Okay.
Chase, somebody else is a co-host. There we go.
Why is Todd still on the screen?
Thank you. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
Why do we have? to-
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Nasir Khanzada, I'm the applicant.
Diwakar Gupta. We reviewed the review session this morning. So we will repair the sidewalk and the curb cuts. They're not in good condition, so we're definitely going to fix that. The car wash. So we're not proposing any car wash at this site. In the previous approved plans, there was an enclosed car wash in the rightmost bay with a drain in the center, but that car wash has been removed and the drain has been covered up. Now there's a scissor lift there, and we're not proposing any car wash inside the convenience store or any self-service car wash at the site. So no car washes.
Okay, thank you.
And then we'll revise the facts and findings to clarify the BSA history. What happened was that this was approved in 1953, but the approval states that there was a previous BSA denial. So in the BSA folder, there wasn't a copy of the denial, but what I would guess is that in 1937, based on the calendar number, in 1937, there was a denial, and then the applicant came back 15 years later and got it approved by the BSA in 1953. And at that time, it was a vacant lot, but after the BSA approval, then they built the gas station.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So you can just kind of revise that in your statement.
Sure.
So some of the questions that were raised, it seems what I want to be clear about is what is being proposed is going to be a complete overhaul of the entire site, right? So the entire site is going to be repaved. The sidewalks are going to be repaved, the curb cuts, all of those.
Yes.
Yes, 100%. That's the whole theme. But the owner, he's willing to redo the entire station because he thinks that by putting one more MPD, everything will be change it to the new setup, and then he want to cut down the most front part of the building. He want to add a little bit more floor area, so he can. Today's market is no more repair shop. Everybody wants to go to C-store, so that's what he's looking.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? No? Okay. All right, let's then go to the public.
Okay. The case could you show the other screen, please? The case that the case we're currently discussing is 575-37BZ 60-93 Flushing Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, you will dial in 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 896-0386-0326 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise, *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
While we're waiting for the public to call in, today we had discussed or at least voted to approve one of the cases you were the applicant on. On that, I had raised concerns about the radius diagram. So I looked at the radius diagram that's been submitted for this particular subject site. This particular radius plan is much better. It reads much better, partly because I think the lines are much tighter. So it reads better, and it does include the C overlays. I mean, it doesn't include the C overlay, it just kind of indicates what is the relevant C overlay that is on a subject site. I just hope and pray that, the C overlay is exactly on that zoning lot. That's always not the case. So there is a little bit of a catch on that. So if that can be fixed that would be better. But I understand the intent of it. It's in the right direction, but the overlay part is still a little bit of a concern. It works well when the entire zoning lot is within that commercial overlay. But sometimes they straddle a residential district and a commercial overlay. So it's in those situations they tricky.
We looked at it and we saw the comment and we did find a few more clarifications. So next, it will be much better because we understand that the showing C with hatches and all those things. So now we will do the whole color theme on different zones. So it's very clear. So we understand that and we will improve more.
Thank you. I really appreciate you trying to take our comments and try to make it better. Appreciate that.
We're here to work with you.
So how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
2 weeks more than enough. We could do in 2 weeks.
I think the earliest, if we can even schedule anything, would be in June. So
Oh, okay. Nothing in May? No.
No, May is done.
the
June is
May,
tight.
we do not have any schedule, any space in our calendar.
No problem. We take June then. No problem.
No public has called in. No one has raised their hands.
All right, so if it's okay with everybody, I would like to make a motion to close. Motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 21, 9/15/59 BZ 59-12 Fresh Pond Road, Queens. This is Daniel Ash.
Why is the screen showing Todd Dale?
I don't know why Todd, why are you, Mr. Dale, you want to bounce out on the thing? Mr. Ash, are you, put your video on, please?
I am here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but you didn't make me as a participant yet. There you go.
He's being promoted.
Hmm? Got him? Okay. Unmute, Mr. Ash. Are you with anyone else?
I am by myself.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and proceed.
Danielle Ash.
Okay.
I heard the board's comments earlier at the review session. I wanted to agree about the asphalt. There was a lot of remediation here over the years, and you can see patchwork. We are looking to do a canopy project as part of this work. So when the excavation happens for the canopy, we could do a full asphalt overlay at that time and while the site is down. I think that would make sense. I also heard the comments about fencing being a problem. I went back and looked at the photos and I didn't think that the fencing was so terrible on either side.
I think there is a lot of the fencing that is, I'm looking at the compliance photos that have been submitted, and that is, I think this was our compliance officer went on a field visit. So we'll share those photos with you so that you know what we are referring to. But the photos that's been provided of the fence condition, yes, some places there's no consistency in the treatment of the fence. Some place it's of one material, another place it's of a different color, and some places it's even there's a little bit of like a rotting that's going on, like the fence is corroding. So I think that's, I'm just looking at those photos and yeah.
For one side, I could see that they had different materials. Yes, you can see the slatting. They use different slats. I don't know why. We could definitely make that more consistent.
Yeah.
But the fence itself, I think all the vegetation, and that's an older photo, even in the more recent, that vegetation is from the neighboring property. That if we took the whole fence out, we'd be ruining a lot of their vegetation.
Okay.
I would replace all the slats on the fence, but keep the fence itself if that was possible.
Just make it look consistent and nice. And also there was some debris along that portion where the bumper is, the metal.
Yes, that was an older photo. They had things outside. We have discussed with them. The only thing that sometimes is outside is the drums. That is when they get any rainwater inside the sumps or the fills. They put it there, and then a company comes and removes it as hazardous waste. So occasionally they'll have those outside while they're waiting for it to get picked up.
I see.
So these drums are used to store water in case of rain after it's get mixed with
No.
oil and these kind of things, and then dispose them offsite.
If you get any water in the sumps, there's a sensor in there that will go off. So they know they have to then pump it out in order to keep the sensor from going off and the alarm. That they treat that as if it's hazardous, whether it is or isn't. They don't bother testing it for such a small amount. So they keep it in the barrel, and then they have an environmental company that comes to fix it up.
But you don't want to store drums like these right next to a residential fence, right?
What is the duration of the amount of such contaminated material being stored and picked up?
I would check. I don't want to give a fake answer. I believe it's about every 2 weeks that they come out and they'll take it away.
Okay. So if you could look into that and give us an operational plan and more importantly, where they are stored within the
Okay. I mean, there's two lot lines that share residential. So there's not much place to put it except near a residential. Which was also one of the other comments, which I agree, the trash enclosure that we were showing, we should have shown more details. I've been using the same enclosure for all our recent sites, but I forgot to include the detail here. That's no problem. We could add that on there. But the location of the trash enclosure was also a challenge because of the site and not wanting to take away parking spaces. By putting it in the corner, that the corner was too narrow to fit a car. So we thought that was a good location to put the trash enclosure where it's always been, but now we're going to put it in a nice enclosed masonry covering.
So may I make a recommendation? So if you
Yes.
Build that masonry enclosure, and please do it as part of all your improvements that you're making to the site. I would say extend that masonry thing into the triangular and make it green. Put a little raise it to the ground, like about 2 feet from the ground, like a concrete base, and then just put little shrubs or something just to beautify it.
Put something around there. Okay.
Yeah, so this way, at least that corner is not lying there collecting debris, garbage or anything. And if you beautify it, there's a very interesting study that was done, which says if you beautify something, people will be afraid to dirty it. So, put some kind of planting that would survive on a raised planter bed. Whether it's 2 foot or 4 foot, I leave that up to you. But based on that, that's the kind of vegetation you can have. A 2 foot would get you shrubs, 4 foot would get you tree.
Okay, we'll look at that with our landscaper.
Also, if it's possible.
I just have to, for record, I have to recognize each one of you so that for transcribing, it's easy. Commissioner Shetta wants to say.
Thank you. If you can enlarge the enclosure a little bit, and it might be a good idea if you can put the drums inside that. So you know, that
Yeah,
would,
that's a good idea. I agree.
And what's your timeline for doing all the improvements with regards to the canopy, asphalt, sidewalk, paving, everything?
From the time we get approval and permit, that's probably a 2-month project, depending on when we get approval and the weather. If it's going to be in November or December, they may choose not to start it until the spring.
Okay. So it will take you about 18 months to get everything done?
No, once we start the construction, it'd be 2 months.
But the process from now on, granted, do you have to get permits or approvals, other?
Right. For the whole thing to finish, it'll take probably 8 months.
Total 8 months. Did I
Yes.
see it correctly? Total of
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, what were the other comments? Any other questions, comments that the commissioners had that has not been responded to?
Yes, there's some other things I could discuss of what you mentioned earlier. The passive auto parking, I don't know why that odd nomenclature was used on the form, but really we just meant that's parking for cars awaiting service or that have finished service that are being picked up the next day.
Can you please revise your statements? And how many spaces are assigned for cars awaiting? Is that what you're indicating on the plan?
Yes, there are seven spaces. The parking that you saw on the streets, on the sidewalk, you correctly noted, Commissioner Sheta, that is from the neighborhood. Those are not our cars. I discussed that with the dealer at one point. He doesn't want to make the neighborhood angry, so he wasn't calling the cops on them. It was vaguely legal because there was no sign that said it couldn't be done, but the cars, I guess, because that's a roundabout area over there, that if they parked all the way on the curb, they might get hit by somebody rounding the corner. So they've figured out within the neighborhood themselves to park halfway on the sidewalk that their cars don't get hit.
Is it not the responsibility of the abutting property to maintain the sidewalk or the curb? Especially there are curb cuts that are accessing this facility.
Mm-hmm. I saw the sidewalk work you had mentioned. We could do that as well as part of the canopy repair project. When we do the asphalt, we could fix the cracks in the sidewalk.
And the curb cut, because I think the curb cut is also in pretty bad shape.
And the curb cuts, yes, whole area.
I'm just pointing that out because it is at the end responsibility of your client to maintain the sidewalk and the curb cut that he's abutting. And if these kind of behavior happens, he has to take on the responsibility of fixing it. So I understand his reason. I completely respect that. It's just something to keep in mind.
Understood. There was also a comment before about the vending machine that is not blocking egress or access, but it is outside. I just want to make sure the board, if you want that to be removed, I will let them know, but that it was out of the way and not interfering with anything.
I'm trying to see where the vending machine is located.
It's right at.
I could,
Of the elevation.
I don't know if you want me to share my screen for a second.
Yeah.
I think the comment was because it's sales outside of the outside of the
So it's here.
yeah, so that should be either inside or not there.
Well, we have seen sometimes vending machines outside. One of the conditions that the board requires is that these not be in the way of any accessibility, pedestrian accessibility or vehicular accessibility. And it's not shown on the drawings, so I don't know where it is in relation to, I think, oh, it's right next to where it says concrete walk. And to before you get into the sales.
Yeah.
Maybe we should check with the general counsel.
Yeah, I think it's a little tight spot because if anybody is going to access that vending machine, it's definitely not ADA accessible in terms of the location.
Well, it's up the ramp, so it's, but the clearance, you're right, is probably not.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, did Commissioner Yoon also say about this products outside also?
Yeah, there are also products outside.
I think I was just stating that I thought there was a problem with sales outside. And I wasn't expressly bringing up the egress, but it does look like there's a clearance issue if you were to consider ADA accessibility. But my main point was that I thought we were trying to prevent sales outside, but I obviously would defer to you and institutional knowledge.
Commissioner Otley Brown, remind me, have you seen, we have seen vending machine, like we see ice boxes. We have seen
Video cassette.
video cassette dispensers, things like that. I know it's becoming ancient concept, but we do still see it sometimes. So we have seen that, but not individual items on display, which is what Commissioner Otley Brown picks up on always, is that they're like these window cleaning devices and those kind of
Cases of water and
those
soda,
are
and
outside.
those things.
Those are loose pieces that are out there. Whereas I think vending machines we have been okay with, provided it's not blocking any accessibility or maneuverability.
Okay, so I'll give them a choice. Either they could lower this curb here to grade level to make it ADA accessible, or they could remove it.
Yeah.
And we'll let you know on our response.
Right, and then if you're planning to keep it, revise the drawings, show the vending machine. And I noticed there are a lot of signs out there, a lot of banners out there. That photo, that screen share just showed lots of banners, so need to make sure the plans are, the signage is in compliance.
Okay. Then there was a question about the lighting. We will put shield on the lighting to reduce the brightness for that. And there was also a question about the existing C of O using language that I know is typical to the 60s and earlier, where they indicated hand car wash as a use, from what I've been told, and before my time. But they used to be when you got repaired work done, they would also wash your car before they returned it to you. That they're not really doing that anymore. So there is no car washing per se. However, because this project is just to put in a canopy and not for term, we were not intending to get a new certificate of occupancy. So to file a new application just to change that wording would be pretty onerous.
Okay. Is that okay? I think. All right, any other questions or comments?
General counsel has his hand up.
Oh, general counsel?
We would be requiring a revised certificate of occupancy in connection with any approval by the board anyway. So we would be happy to allow you to revise that language on your revised CO.
Why would you have to get a new C of O for non-term related approval? The calendar number is already referenced on the certificate of occupancy. This would be more of an alteration project.
Any conditions pursuant to the board's approval will be reflected on a revised certificate of occupancy. And that's a standard policy and practice of the board with any approval.
Okay, is that more recent thing? Because in the past we've done projects like canopies without getting a new certificate of occupancy, because we're not changing the use or egress.
You're changing these, you have no hand washing.
Can we get back to you on that one?
Yeah, it's also going to affect the application we filed, which we received a denial on. was not intending to change the use or occupancy, so it was not filed as a Alt CO project or an Alt 1 project. And my last response to your comments, Ms. Chanda, was about the street trees. I understand that you could request it. I would say that it's not actually required by code because we're not changing the use here to add street trees. But if it's something that the board feels is necessary, or
I recommended it partly because of the way the sidewalk is being used for parking, so this would alleviate that issue. It would beautify the street. It would also minimize the encroachment, which again, if you're going to make that request to Parks Department, it generally community board weighs in on it, so it may not go well. But something to consider. Okay, any other questions? I'm just trying to, light level needs to be corrected, install shield, trash. Outside. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So you're going to retain the existing height of the fence.
Oh, and Vice Chair wanted a 360-degree view.
Right.
The site, photographic view of the site. Um,
And the interior.
excuse me?
And the
Interior, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, drum stored, okay, you're talking about that.
Okay, if there are no questions, additional questions or comments from the commissioners, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. The case we are currently discussing is 915-59BZ, 59-12 Fresh Pond Road, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 896-0386-0326 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. There's the little hand that is on the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Mr. Ash, how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
which corrections would need to be made prior to, like, the canopy work obviously would be after your approval, as well as the asphalt overlay, putting in the trash enclosure. I think most of the items are things we would do together.
So this is what I would suggest in your cover letter. I mean, first of all, you have to make some revisions to your statement of facts and drawings also. Those you need to let me know how long it will take corrections. In addition, indicate how long it will take for you to make these changes. Because one of the conditions that I am going to make and is I do believe you do have to go for a new CO. Because we want to make sure all the conditions that we're going to pose as part of this change will be consistent and would be met, and that needs to be reflected in the CO. And one of the elements of the condition would be that the certificate of occupancy needs to be obtained within 24 months. That means all the changes that you're proposing to do has to be done within that time frame. This gives us the assurance that all of these improvements would be done. Otherwise, we have seen cases where they do not happen. It's just on paper and the site remains as is.
We could provide a letter of completion for the canopy project that would be certifying all the work done on the plans was completed.
Right, but that doesn't give us the assurance that the asphalt and the trash enclosure, all of that is also going to be built as part of that.
Will be part of the same set of drawings that the building department approves, that when we sign it off, it would be us as the applicant, as a professional engineer, stating that this work was complete, and the city only signs it off after they receive those documents.
So you're saying,
The equivalent of a certificate of occupancy on a non change in use project is called a letter of completion. So we would be receiving something from the building department that says the work, and it cross-references the application number, which has a set of drawings to say that work was finished.
okay, I don't know if our general counsel is on the line, but I think this is more of an internal discussion we need to have, and we will get back to you on that.
Yeah, and I just want to add, this is a standard policy and practice of the board. All of our approvals are reflected in certificates of occupancy, which bear the board's calendar number on them. And those approvals then get reflected in BIS. Those conditions to which the board approves any application, if there are conditions, get reflected on the certificate of occupancy, because BSA is not by itself an enforcement body. So to the extent that there are conditions of an approval, the board cannot enforce them. That's why the Department of Buildings, the holder or the issue of a certificate of occupancy can enforce those conditions.
And so, just so I understand, General Counsel, so DOB can only enforce it once it's in the certificate of occupancy. It cannot in any other way.
I mean, we do have a compliance officer, and we do send compliance matters. We do refer them for enforcement and inspection. However, we, as a consistent practice, do iterate any conditions of a board approval on the certificate of occupancy. It is a one-stop shop for not only the property owner to it's a one-stop shop for the property owner and neighbors. It provides them with a safeguard. So if there are complaints regarding the use or operation of a site, it's a public document that's available other than just the resolution. It's specifically tied to the property profile, as well as our resolutions now. But the board has consistently and historically tied conditions to the certificate of occupancy. And it's like the third to last clause of every resolution, that the above conditions be reflected on a revised certificate of occupancy, also bearing this approval and calendar number, BSA calendar number XYZ. Every resolution.
Okay.
The only thing I'd say that is that the calendar number is already listed on the current CFO.
Suggestions. I don't want this hearing to become a back and forth between two councils. I think this would be best if this is discussed offline.
And yes, we have revised certificates of occupancy of 1939 approvals, SOCs going way back, where they continue to come back for extensions of term. I understand this is not a termed extension. This is an amendment. We can continue to discuss this offline, but this is a policy and practice of the board.
Okay. All right. We did call the public?
Yes.
Okay.
Lauren Moore. No.
All right.
The council, could you put your hand down? Thank you.
How long will it take for you to make these corrections, Mr. Ash?
I'll say 4 weeks.
4 weeks. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next item is item number 22-1122-81BZ 105-14 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
This is
Celeste Folder.
Celeste.
Let me let her in.
Hi, I should also have with us a Michael and a Thomas Laporta.
I have Michael Kayam.
Yeah,
Okay, I don't have Thomas.
okay, I'll send him an email. Sorry. Yes.
Can we proceed without?
Yeah, we can. He's just the architect, so
Hey,
he gives good information.
okay.
But I think we can proceed without him.
Yeah, let's proceed.
Want to?
We-
Okay, raise your right hand, Mr. Kayam. Could you unmute, please? You need to unmute, sir. There you go. Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Hi, Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with Michael. He is the counsel for Newcastle. And I would love to share the plans with you because I think that will answer a lot of questions or we can help clarify things. So I'm going to do that. Hold on, where I'm looking at too many things. Sorry, share. Okay, previously approved plans. Okay, so I think the first item I'll discuss, which is the biggest item, which is the building next door. It is owned by Newcastle, but under a separate entity, and it was reflected on the previously approved plans as a separate entity, and it's a separate building, and it operates with the C of O, which is on the record, and it is a storage of a contractor's equipment and material. So it is a different zoning lot with a different entity that has a current C of O that reflects how it is used. So we could put on our plans similar to these plans that clarification.
I think that would be just helpful to clarify.
Yeah, do you see it? It's a little hard. I'm trying to get closer. It says existing adjacent 1-story concrete block, C of O, and it says the number.
Thomas Laporta has his hand raised.
Oh, there you go.
There he is.
Who, Thomas,
He's the architect.
what's his name?
Thomas Laporta.
Oh,
Mhm.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, let me swear you in. Can you add video, please?
Yeah, I don't know why the screen looks different. I don't see an option for video.
Look at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, it just says mute and lower hand.
Is he a panelist?
Let him in, Steve. I already muted a lot him to talk. I don't know why he's not coming in. Is he in? I can't see him with the share screen.
Now it worked.
There you are. Raise your right hand. To affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Fullader, please proceed.
Okay, so I guess the first comment will show it like this shows on the plans, if that works for everyone, to clarify, and then clarify in our cover letter and statement of facts.
Sure, please.
Oh, question?
sorry, a question from,
Yeah, so
should
the
have-
building next door is owned by the same owner of the subject application.
So it's
facility?
Newcastle, but it's a different entity. They own it under a different entity.
Different step.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a grant for that building next door?
No, we don't need one because there's a current C of O that we operate, storage of contractors.
It's pre-existing as it's in the date shows, it's from 1956, so it's a
Okay,
legally non-conforming.
legal
use.
non-conforming, okay.
So, good, clarified? Okay. The next comment is, this is a little weird, but the plans are inconsistent with, in terms of landscaping, and I'd like to show that, and then I'd like to say what we think is a good option, and then you can let us know what you think is a good option. So you can see here, there are tree pits. And then you can see here, there are planters. And they're in different locations. So we wanted to come before the board to clarify which way we should do it. And based on our understanding, we think it would be appropriate to have the tree planters on the 108th Street because that's residential. And then for visibility, we think it would make more sense to have the planters per the previously approved plans on Astoria, especially because no one else has trees. And we just think with the trucks moving in and out, it'd be easier to keep the planters and for visibility purposes.
Where would the planters be? I'm trying to locate it in the plan.
Do you see this says planter, 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 planter?
Square
Looking at it-
boxes, they're square
Okay, because
boxes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at a plan dated 4/6/2023 and it doesn't show any planters, so that's why I'm a little confused.
Well, we didn't know what to do, so we kept that as existing. And then we wanted to speak to you about your recommendation because the previously approved plans, we didn't want to restore something that was inconsistent.
Okay.
So now we're ready to put back something. We just need to know what.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool. So we will do that. And then we'll show it consistently on our plans, so there's no confusion.
Commissioners, you're all okay with it? Everybody's, yeah, okay, everybody's okay.
Okay, and then another thing to point out is these plans say that the operation is from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturday, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. So maybe again, there was some resolution to plan inconsistency.
Yeah, sorry.
What was the
it's-
issue with the hours? I think Commissioner Yoon, you had a question. Yeah.
I did. I saw in the previous conditions from prior resolutions that Saturday hours would start at 8 a.m. They go later. I forget if it's till 4 p.m., but that's where I was raising the discrepancy. And so if they want to continue operating at 7 a.m. on Saturday, it would seem you would need an amendment unless I'm missing a condition where that time was changed.
And I guess I'm saying what holds, if there's inconsistency because these are stamped approved plans by the board with the time on them. So it seems that there's inconsistency on the previous resolution to plan.
I see. So it's a matter of which document the resolution from the board versus the approved plans would be in control.
Yeah. But we might need an amendment anyway. I'm just not, I haven't gotten to that yet. So if we do file an amendment, it would encompass that anyway, but I'm not sure how we're gonna go with it.
I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. So I see the previously approved plan has the hours of operation as 7
Mm-hmm.
and the resolution says 8 o'clock.
Yes.
I think the approved plan holds over resolution.
Oh, yeah, that would be
Oh,
my.
it's the other way?
Resolution- Yeah, I would think the resolution would hold. The approved plans could be seen as a typographical error, but the resolutions what gets sealed.
I see. Okay. I mean, the plans
it's sealed
also
by
get, the
us.
plans
Yeah,
also
they-
get
I guess they
sealed.
do.
Plans also get sealed.
So
and
then if
approved.
there's a conflict, it goes on behalf, like it does, it would work in the favor of.
Okay, this is an assignment for you, Ms. Fullader. Please
Okay.
historic documents.
I always go with plans because that's what DOB focuses on, but I mean, we'll be consistent no matter what this time. We'll make sure we're consistent.
I think just because the conditions, Commissioner Yoon speaking, the conditions also show up on the C of O.
Oh, true. That's
So
true.
I think that the resolution ultimately, but again, I defer to general counsel on this. I just think that I would think the resolution would control.
I have to say, I definitely am going to defer to our general counsel, because both get stamped. One goes to DOP, the other stays in our folders. So.
But hi, we're gonna have to, yes, plans do control, approved stamp plans do control with respect to bulk, waived bulk, or, with respect to the waivers specifically. However, in this instance, if Ms. Fullader could check the record, with respect to the hearing videos, as well as any submitted operational plan from the underlying record, we can resolve this offline.
Okay, no
And
problem.
yeah.
And like I said, it might not matter because if we file an amendment, everything will go in, you know what I mean? We'll be good.
Yeah, but before that, if just check the.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And then let me look at our other comments, because there was a mezzanine comment, but I'm just checking if I got everything that wasn't. Okay, so we will, we can make sure that, oh, signage. We will remove one of the signs because we recognize that both are in Astoria and that we have too much on that one frontage. That's not a problem, and we'll reflect that in the plans. And then we can make sure that there's no graffiti or wooden pallets about, or the trash receptacle outside. We'll just make sure the site looks clean and good and everything is kept where it's supposed to, and we'll retake photographs for you. And then we will clarify times of delivery if that is necessary. Yeah, I mean, that was a question. And then the hardest question of them all is about the mezzanine. We had reached out to a different person at Newcastle, not Michael, but he can speak on it if he'd like. And we are not sure how we want to proceed with that. So we might have to get back to you. But if we do have a mezzanine, we recognize that it might be more floor area, and we would justify it in the operations no plan, and we would also file an amendment and pay for an amendment.
You already have a mezzanine. Are you planning?
Yeah,
to-
but it's not approved. It wasn't approved. You mentioned it wasn't approved on the previously approved plans. And so I think we would decide if we are removing it or keeping it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Does Michael and or Thomas want to add anything to that? Because you both have expertise that I don't have.
No, I'm good unless they have a question for us.
Okay.
Yeah, I have nothing to add unless there's a question, and just thank you, everybody, for your time today.
Thank you.
All right. And the other question was regarding the trash enclosure.
So that should go back in the building, and we'll update our operational plan.
Okay. Yeah, do provide a detailed operational plan, because I think a lot of the questions the community board has raised
Mhm.
was the operational plans specific to this subject side. I'm not talking about the lot one.
Yeah, and at the community board, Michael also was attendance, and he answered a lot of people's questions, which was really nice, even after we did the presentation.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public then.
So the case that we are currently discussing is 112281 BZ 10514 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You would require to enter the webinar ID number 896-0386-0326 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. How long will it take for you to make these corrections?
How long do you think, Michael, we need to decide on, and Thomas, to decide on our mezzanines? So that's the big part.
That if that's, we're just basically, we need a time for, is that the only thing at issue? Coming up with that
I think
decision?
everything else is a quick fix.
Yeah.
Carlo's raising his hand, so sorry.
No, Ms. Volde, I'm sorry, I might have missed it, but if, so the consideration for amending the application to include the mezzanine, this will require a new DOB objection?
Oh,
You're
Yeah.
increasing the degree of nonconformance, correct?
Yeah, I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw that into the spokes there, but
That was smart.
in your consideration of timing, please keep that in mind.
Do they have to readdress the findings though, Carla, too?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a post 1961 approval, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, you've been through this, you'd have to, again, address the, to some extent, the B finding, but it's really the E finding. Since this is internal, I don't think there's any bearing on the C finding. But yeah, you'd have to amend the application to, obviously justify the request, but you will need the DOB objection for us to consider the amendment.
Okay, so. Can we offline by any chance let you know what we want to do like within the next few days? So we can then determine timing based on that, maybe?
Yeah, if you can kind of at least talk to me by, let's say, at least by Thursday, right? Because we'll tentatively go ahead and schedule this, let's say I could put it out 2 months from now, but if you think you need more time, then let me know. I have no issues moving it further out if you
Yeah,
need.
and I think if we're getting rid of the mezzanine, then this is not,
Right, so you can give us, like, based on the discussion today and based on your considering whether to pursue the amendment, you can give us a timeline now as if you weren't going to seek the amendment. And then by the end of the week, if you decide to move forward, but you need more time, let me know what that time is and we can accommodate you accordingly. That's not a problem. I could always push you back. It's harder to move you forward.
no problem. And then I guess my other question to the board is, would you want to see the planting and the planters now, or would that be on condition? Because then that'll also determine time.
The planters you can do it now. It's
Yeah.
independent of the mezzanine. And
Okay,
the signage, all of those things are independent of the mezzanine.
true. So would you all say a few weeks would be good to get that done if we don't do the mezzanine?
Yeah, I don't know how long it takes to put.
I was sorry, I was trying to ask my team, but they didn't even, Thomas nodded, but I didn't see if Michael did.
Yeah, I know expertise in planters, but I would
Okay.
think 2 weeks is enough time to.
Okay,
get it in place.
so 2 or 3 weeks would be good for us if we don't pursue the meds.
Okay, and then at least you'll coordinate with me by let's say Thursday, Friday.
Sounds perfect.
Thank you.
May is not possible. It's going to be in June or maybe in July. So, because I think by now we have given up pretty much all the June slots. So July, so that gives you enough time to clean up the site and put your planters and all of that and address.
And I guess this just have to ask this, just a question, I guess, because we don't know about the mezzanine, I'm assuming.
We cannot.
Yeah, yeah.
We did call the public, right?
Yes.
All right, done. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Next item is item number 23, 2017-31 BZ, 10717 34th Avenue, Queens. It's Mary Smith. Let her in, please. Ms. Smith, can you join us? Can you unmute, please? Someone, she has panelist? I'll let her in. Ms. Smith?
It might be frozen on her end. I'm trying to promote her to panelist and asking her to unmute, and it's not doing anything.
Hello, is this for Sheldon LaBelle's, this is for 315 125th Street?
No, Alexis, we're not there yet.
Sorry.
Okay, because my client's name is Mary Smith. I got nervous.
Oh,
Okay,
really?
thank you. Yes, yes. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here. I'm listening. We're good.
It might be. I thought Mary Smith was the applicant. Sorry, it's David Manish. I apologize.
No, no, that's not ours. Thank you. All right.
So the case I'm calling is 2017-31BZ, 107-1734th Avenue, Queens. The applicant, please appear for this. I have David Manish. That's the only one I knew of.
Okay, if not.
Not, let's move on then.
Let's move on to
Yeah.
another case.
Okay, wait. Ew. No. Okay, no one. I don't see David Manish. Okay.
Do you want to call the public or?
No,
If
no,
there's
no.
anybody I'm sorry, if there's anybody in the waiting room to represent the applicant on 2017-31BZ, 107-1734th Avenue, Queens, please use the Zoom raise hand feature in the waiting room, and we will admit you.
Yeah, one last call. No, I don't need that screen now. I don't see anybody.
Okay,
All right, well, second call him.
all right. Yep, we can second call.
Okay. Item number 24, 2018-48BZ, 5205 Holland Boulevard, Staten Island.
Wasn't this
This
moved?
was postponed to tomorrow?
Yeah, we're gonna defer. I just want to, we'll defer this to tomorrow. Okay, moving along. Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 25, 2022-36A, 814 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. Ron Rosati. Please unmute, Mr. Rosati. Let me see if I can get this guy on the phone. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record. It's an appeals case and you know you're not required to be sworn in. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Ron Rosati representing the applicant. I did hear your discussion earlier at review session, and I would just like to add that there are about a dozen existing buildings already in this widening area. So our small, mostly glass enlargement, if it was approved as permanent, shouldn't create any large financial burden to the city if they ever did want to condemn this widening area. Other than that, I have nothing further to add into the record, and I just ask that the board close the hearing and hopefully be able to approve this as a permanent structure. Thank you.
Thank you. We do appreciate your responding to the question that was raised at the last hearing. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2022-36A, 814 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8657, sorry, 8656, or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number, which is 896-0386-0326, and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign, press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this matter, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. I think while we are waiting for the public to call in, I am going to make a recommendation to close this application, and we will set a decision date for this. And I just want to be very clear in terms of where I stand on this. While I upon hearing from all of the commissioners, I am of the opinion that in the best interest of everybody, I am going to lean towards recommending a temporary shed. For the reason being that while it may be temporary, it does allow for a complete full use of the facility. Allow for the complete full use of the facility and in the manner the applicant is proposing to do. And should the city consider widening the street bed, that opportunity is provided, and the applicant is developing or enlarging this property, knowing the risk it's undertaking. That would be my position on this. But that is my recommendation at this point, but we are now closing it because the record is complete. And upon decision time, we can, I think we can finalize the details of it. Okay. So make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibata,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Rosati.
Thank you.
Next item is new cases, item number 26, 2022-33A through 2022-35A, 3-15 and 17, 125th Street, Queens.
This is Ms. Alexia Landensman, right?
Right. And Mary Smith. I think. Let's see.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't, this is an appeals case, so you do not, you're not required to be sworn in. Please state your name for the record and please proceed.
Okay, hello again. My name is Alexia Landisman. I'm here on behalf of my client from Sheldon LaBelle PC. We have attended the executive session and heard all of your comments. I'd like to start by saying that I am happy to correct the discrepancy between the statement of facts and the financials, as well as changing the applicant to Sheldon LaBelle PC. I'm just going to change the verbiage and use owner instead of applicant, just to make the language consistent. So thank you, Commissioner Yoon. A question was asked with regards to the period, like why did it take so long for the clients to sort this out? It's my understanding that the building was actually owned by different people, and there was the previous owner passed away, and so there was a lot of just changes to the ownership as far as who was taking over, and then just the financial aspect of getting this resolved and doing the entire application. And so the family has been working on this for many, many years and are very, very happy to hear that the vested rights application was well received. Also, thank you very much, Commissioner Shetta, for pointing out the website. I haven't heard of it before, so I will be ordering from there. And in providing some photographs to show proof of foundation at the time of the text amendment change. And I believe that was the rest of the comments. If that's all, I was hoping we can close today and potentially get on the decision calendar as soon as possible. My clients are so eager to close this chapter of their lives.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners?
This is Commissioner Shetta. Just to manage your expectations, you're not going to be able to see foundations. Just it's going to give you 2006, and it's going to show 3 blocks of a building there. So
Right. No, I saw the picture. That shows that the building was built up. So it verifies our vested rights application, and also it's a very helpful website. So thank you. Because I also checked Google Images and there was nothing for that year.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2022-33A through 2022-35A. This is 315, 316, 317, 125th Street, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 896-0386-0326 and press the pound sign. After that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this matter, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. That's it. Starting now.
We are going to grant your wish. Guess what? We're going
Thank you. I would love to hear that. My clients are going to be thrilled, so thank you. This is wonderful. I can get you the materials as soon as 2 weeks. I just, depending on how long the platform takes, if I have to purchase the photos from historical aerials, but otherwise I can get that for you as soon as possible.
Okay, all right. Because it's an extension of time, we will, we do leave a little bit of slot open for such cases. We will try to get it in for May and
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, I will relay that to my client. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hold
Oh,
on.
wait.
Hold on, Tony. Never mind. Sorry, I was very excited.
Issues in a minute. That's why.
It's better to quit when you're ahead.
That's right.
Okay,
Okay,
so you want to make the
motion to close?
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
See you all tomorrow. Thank you.
I sent an email
We
to
have
the
a
email
recall.
address I have
Yeah.
for the other applicant. Is there anyone in the room for the application 2017-31 BZ 107-17 34th Avenue, Queens? I see there are 2 people still in the room. Mr. Weiss, I don't know what case you're here for. Miss Claudette Dussert, we already spoke about your case. Oh, there's David Manish. Yes, thank you. Hello.
So we do see David.
David Manish is here. Manish.
Yes,
Thank you. Can you unmute? Sorry, do you video?
yes, 1 second. Sorry.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know that I was.
Mr. Weiss is with you, sir?
No, sorry, I'm mute,
Okay.
please.
What?
You,
I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Weiss, what case are you here for?
no, sorry, just for the public. Mute, please.
Okay. Yeah, sir. Okay, Mr. Manish, raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay,
All right.
You
go
heard
ahead, Mr. Manish.
you heard the board's comments. Please respond.
No, I wasn't. I just joined the meeting. So would you? What is the comment? Was what? How many? I need about 3 years to complete the project.
Need 3 years to complete the project and obtain a CO.
Correct.
Hey, Daniele, how are you? About Ms. Sal, management.
Mr. Weiss,
Mr. Weiss,
He's
He's muted, he's muted.
muted.
thank you. Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments? No, we don't. Any other questions or comments for none? Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2017-31 BZ 107-17 34th Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter at the prompt, you will enter webinar ID number 896-0386-0326, press pound. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone, and star 9, and if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, We'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Why are we still in here, gentlemen?
Is there any way we can mute?
He is
both?
muted.
I believe that's David Manesh's.
Oh,
Oh, my Mr.
Background.
Manesh's room. Okay.
I see, I see.
Once again, is there anyone who is calling in from the public for 2017-31 BZ 10717 34th Avenue? You have 35 seconds.
Okay, the only thing, Mr. Manish, if you can just send us a letter, just a cover letter stating the time that you need to complete construction and obtain a CO.
Yes, I will do.
Okay, and can you send it as soon as possible? We'll
Yes, I can do it today.
Okay, we'll close this hearing and then we will call it for schedule it for a May decision.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so make a motion to close.
Okay, Mr. Weiss, is that person is muted, but he's not, I don't know if he's there.
I believe he said he's a member of the public.
A member of the public for which case? That's the only thing.
But he never called in.
Yeah, he didn't call in, so he's in, all right. Motion to close, Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you. We'll let you know, Mr. Manish.
Oh, couldn't hear you, Mr.
He's
Manish.
muted.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And again, a reminder, case number 2018-48 BZ 5205 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island is going to be, has been scheduled for tomorrow, April 25th. It will be the first item on the agenda. So please review the revised statement of facts, and that's going to be submitted today, or has been submitted already. Okay, thank you, everybody, and
Thank
have
you.
a good day.
Bye.
Yes. Okay.